Hello everyone. Tonight we'll be looking at a game that I could have easily missed if it weren't for the fact that I saw this on a Steam Friends list. The name intrigued me, I clicked on it, and lo and behold, we might be looking at a potential gem tonight. Certainly, in terms of setup, this is a video game that caters to me greatly because first and foremost, it is made of Polish dev, a small studio called Fool's Fury, who, besides this, has made 7 Enhanced Edition back in 2017, which was an isometric stealth and action role-playing game. Can't say I've ever heard of it before. Well, that aside. So the Thaumaturge, which I haven't really heard the term until this game came about, is basically a fancy way of calling someone who dabbles in the occult. And that is going to be a prevalent theme of this here video game because it takes place in a very particular setting, and that'll be early 20th century Poland under Russian Tsardom occupation. No, not even like independent Poland, which came about 20 years later after the fact. No, we are picking this particular time frame right before World War One breaks out, and after the conclusion of which does the Second Polish Republic become established. So that mixed with a fantasy setting where magic is prevalent, and apparently our protagonist, which we will be taking the reins of, is one that does manipulate the dark arts in some capacity. So we got here a setup for a very promising narrative just from these two elements alone. So say what you will, but that piqued my curiosity for sure. And it's an RPG, a isometric one, which seems to take some inspiration from Disco Elysium. Not that I can really relate because I haven't played Disco Elysium, but I am partial to RPGs, especially those that take themselves after old school Western design. So mayhaps we shall see a hint of that tonight. It's pretty much going to be a blind playthrough. I haven't heard from any popular YouTubers or streamers that I particularly follow talk about this game in any capacity, so we're working with nothing besides this little introduction that I just gave you. So, fingers crossed, we're gonna be in for a very pleasant surprise. I'm gonna plug my controller because I don't think we'll really need it. For an RPG, especially built on PC infrastructure, we just got the fellow mouse and keyboard prompts. Let's see, this is already in the full volume.
This is the worst I've seen yet. This man has no dick.
My guy, Frosty Man, you're just in time. Because we're about to dive into a very interesting journey indeed. How you doing, man? How has the midweek been treating you? I saw a funny meme early in the morning of a clip of Mads Mikkelsen from some movie where he's driving while holding back tears, and the prompt was me going to work, realizing that my unemployed friend is currently sleeping off a night of gaming, and it made me think the dynamic that we have between one another. Not that I'm throwing shade at you, but tell me it's not true. Alright, so with this playthrough in mind, because it is a Polish game with a Polish setting, it's only appropriate that we're going to be playing with Polish audio. Naturally, we'll have subtitles in English, so that my international viewers here have an easier time following. But to maintain some authenticity, I think it's only relevant to the setting that we have the Protag and NPC speaking in my home tongue. It's like, try to imagine Expedition 33 played outside of French audio. It's a little weird, isn't it? You can do it, but it probably takes away some of the charm. So how's that world been treating you? How far have you gotten into the game? If the audio happens to be too quiet, let me know, and I'll adjust that on the fly. Thaumaturge is a word deriving from Greek. It means miracles. A thaumaturge, or a tempermancer, is one able to discover secrets lingering in persons or places. They recognize flaws or stigmas imprinted on the human psyche and can bring them to the surface. Are they a doctor of souls? Is it possible to fully name the essence of a thaumaturge without being born one? So, a way more elaborate explanation that what I provided in the beginning, but when you really like dumb it down, it really is just a magician of sorts. These look like Oblivion graphics. Am I gonna get a view over the Imperial capital? Kinda is Elder Scrolls coded, unironically. I mean, not that I can complain. The series definitely has its charm.
Widuję cię tylko w snach. Ostatnio coraz częściej. Wiem, że to ty, ale nie rozpoznaję już twojej twarzy. Nie wiem, czy bym cię poznała, gdybym cię teraz zobaczyła. Mam nadzieję, że twój stan nie pogorszył się znacząco, od kiedy pisałeś do mnie ostatnim razem. Ciężko mi wyobrazić sobie koszmar, jaki musisz przeżywać.
Yo, who's that guy?
Pamiętaj, że nie jesteś sam.
Me waking up to my sleep paralysis demon standing over me. And I'm like, oh, not this shit again.
Jestem pewna, że nasz ojciec zgodziłby się pomóc. Gdybyś tylko się do niego o taką pomoc zwrócił. Uspokajam, że na razie nic mu nie wspominałam o twoich poszukiwaniach i o twoim zdrowiu. Tak jak prosiłeś.
A choppy when we transition between cutscenes.
Nie wie, co zamierzasz i Bóg mi świadkiem. Ode mnie się tego nie dowie. Wiem, że uważasz, że pomóc może ci tylko cud. Ale tacy wędrownicy do twórcy...
You're not wrong. Even the highest production title
...korzystują ludzi w ciężkim stanie. Szukających pomocy, zdesperowanych.
has some lingering jank in the code. I'm looking at you, Cyberpunk.
Mam nadzieję, że ten, do którego zmierzasz, pomoże ci uspokoić umysł. Ale jeżeli tak się nie stanie, pamiętaj, że w końcu znajdziemy sposób, żeby ci pomóc.
Can I just say that I respect this man's fit? Big fan of that jacket with a fur coat.
Daj znać, jak tylko tam dotrzesz. Chcę wiedzieć, że jesteś bezpieczny. Ściskam cię najmocniej, jak tylko potrafię. Ligia.
I think Ligia is like an actual name in Polish etymology, but old-timey, and you don't really see it a whole lot anymore.
znajdzie pan dla mnie chwilę? Chciałem wysłać depeszę.
Oczywiście. Przepraszam, ale czy pan się dobrze czuje?
Tak, dziękuję.
Nie wygląda pan najlepiej.
Dziękuję.
This is more like actual care than my post office manager shows me when I go to pick up parcel. First, play a trick on him. I mean, if he was a dick to me, sure, but the guy just genuinely looked like he gave a shit, which is already more than his paycheck warrants, I imagine. So, let's just go straight to business.
Chcę napisać. Dotarłem. Chyba udało mi się go odnaleźć. Mam nadzieję, że mnie przyjmie. Odezwę się, jak tylko będę mógł.
Za opłatą?
Na koszt odbiorcy.
Dodać coś na koniec?
Send greetings to your sister, aggravate your father, don't anything. Well, do we have daddy issues? I mean, usually that's something related to daughters, isn't it? Send greetings to your sister.
Proszę dopisać. Serdeczne uściski, siostro.
Rozczulające. Od kogo?
Nazywam się Wiktor Szulski. S-Z-U-L-S-K-I. I Wiktor przez W, nie przez V.
Yeah, because
Ciekawe nazwisko. Dokąd nadać?
with a V, that would imply that he is Russian
Rosja.
in origin.
A tu niby Gruzja. To Rosja i tamto Rosja. Wszędzie Rosja. Na każdej mapie.
Mapy się zmieniają. Wiem. Nie zwlekajmy już.
Słucham?
Oh, don't mind me. That's just my
Którędy do wsi?
that's just my internal demon haunting me.
Może pana podwiezie.
Dziękuję.
Wariat.
Dude, you'd be out of your mind too if you had an evil skeleton living inside of you. And I'm not talking about the one that your skin is attached to. Oh no. Shadows of Sin Pass. Find a miracle worker in the village. Last letter. Dear Antoni, it feels like ages have passed since your last letter. Or maybe it's just the winter that makes everything good and warm seem distant. As you can guess, the life of an exile does not spoil me. Years ago, I was uprooted from my homeland and sent to a foreign land, among foreign people, to fight under the Russian banner. So, it's been a while since I graduated high school, where we consistently got through lessons in history. So, some facts might be a little blurry in my mind now, but I will try to elaborate upon these little notions that give extra context to the story beats. So basically what this letter is alluding to is that under the free occupant sides of Poland, because we're referring to the partitions era, where the Polish-Lithuanian Empire got split between the Prussian, Russian, and Austro-Hungarian states. So essentially, what used to be a country was divided into three halves, and each of these foreign empires took it for their own. And a common tactic in these occupied lands to qualm any dreams of autonomy from Polish people was drafting them in armies, getting the men to serve under the current empire's domain, and if you stepped out of bounds, chances are you'd be sent off to faraway lands without ever returning home. Or you would come back, but severely traumatized. And how am I today? I live among people who hate me. I'm losing my health and my mind and cultivating the land that I fertilize with the blood and flesh of its sons. And I can't leave here. I can't stop reminiscing. Death seems to be my only means of escape. Please pray for me. Konstanty. P.S. I don't think this letter will make it through the censorship, but if it does, please tell Anielka that the thought of her brought me solace until the very end. This letter implies that the dude here probably got sent further down east, probably past Siberia. So, if that's his current whereabouts, that does not bode well for this man's future. I wonder if they will see each other. Oh, that'd be a miracle in its own. Okay, so if you press right click, I can use my, I don't know how we want to call it, Thaumaturge instinct to point where I need to go. Dear Janko, because J is spelled, pronounced Y in Polish, so Janko. Please stop with the gentry snobbery and listen to what I tell you. Times are changing. You can no longer rely solely on property ownership. The peasants are different now, and it is not at all clear how things will turn out in the coming years. You just have to look. Wherever you turn, you hear about revolts and peasant guerrillas going at the lords with pitchforks. We have to protect ourselves, have something on the side. Some business that will allow us to live with dignity. That's what I'm telling you for the last time. Go to the bank in Tiflis and take a loan against half of our assets in the Caucasus. Invest in our business in Baku. The railroad is already getting there and the world needs kerosene. You need to act. I will send you all the documents and authorizations. Don't delay any longer. Greetings. Lou. Or, Lev. So, lion. That's a name or Eastern European origin. I only maybe came across one Polish guy in my life who happened to be named Lev. Perception. As a thaumaturge, you possess exceptional perception. You can see things that are hidden from sight, you can anticipate the enemy's actions, you can follow traces of emotions, thoughts, actions, and words, and you can reach your goals easier. It's perception to follow the path to your goal. Can I turn around my camera freely? I can zoom in quite a bit. Do we actually have a dynamic camera? And if so, how does one operate it? Usually the go-to would be like delete and page down. Mouse and keyboard. Zoom in, zoom out. I don't think we get that ability. Maybe there are things in this game that the devs don't want us to see with a more active camera. Hence why we have this locked perspective. Still more days of marching now be free. Oh, we can talk to the coachman if we want to. First, more exposition. The Tiflis Herald. The tragic events of August 29th have cast a shadow on the city of Tiflis, leaving it in deep mourning. Yesterday's rally, where reform proposals set out by Minister Alexander Bulygin were to be discussed, was brutally interrupted by Cossack troops that stormed inside the municipal board building. Armed Cossacks entered the conference room, wreaking havoc. In the turmoil, 60 people were killed and over 100 were injured. People are shocked at another instance of unjustified aggression against the nation of Georgia. Many more mass strikes are inevitable. Yep, so it's just not on this side of Europe that things are in turmoil. All throughout the Russian Empire, we are seeing the tensions rising.
Dzień dobry. Czy istnieje szansa, że jedzie pan do wsi?
Dobry, a gdzie mam jechać? Tu nie ma gdzie jeździć, panie. Stacja, wieś, cmentarz, tyle. Wyżej koń nie pojedzie.
Interesuje mnie właśnie ta wioska.
Jak pan masz tylko powód, żeby tam jechać, to wsiadaj pan.
That man speaks with a typical manner of carrying himself, where you can tell he's from the countryside, which is a little contrary to the way he's dressed, all fancy. I guess he makes enough money as a coachman to afford taking care of himself, which, you know, that guy. So think you get in, as if there's a hill in the village.
A w tej wiosce to sami miejscowi mieszkają?
A kto inny chciałby na takim zadupiu mieszkać, panie?
Ale mi chodzi o to, czy nie ma tu jakiegoś przyjezdnego gościa.
A, pan na uzdrawianie przyjechał. To on to żaden gość tu. On to już siedzi miesiącami, panie. Ludzie udręczone, to i ma kogo uzdrawiać.
A gdzie go znajdę?
Siedzi w gospodzie pewnie jeszcze. Modli się o tej porze. On to się dużo modli, panie. To co, siadasz pan czy jak?
That certainly sounds like your stereotypical Eastern European mindset. He's praying, praying to the god of alcohol in the local drinking establishment. So gotta say, Victor here certainly has an unusual tint to his eyes. What you think? They're light blue, almost ethereal, as if he's someone special. Say thank you and get in.
Będę wdzięczny.
Zawsze to będzie miło, do kogo gębę otworzyć.
Smooth. Prologue, hoping for the better. Yo, look at those chickens. Look at their 3 frames worth of animation.
Co rozglądać, to będzie wszystko. Trudno byłoby się tu zgubić. Pan zajdzie do gospody, tam, za tym placykiem, po schodkach. Tam panu powiedzą, gdzie ten kaznodzieja. Albo i o tej porze, to i on sam tam będzie.
Dziękuję.
Truly, I never stopped playing The Witcher. We're out here in the boonies. There is possibly some sort of mystical influence hanging over this small township, and we are going to get involved in some deep shit. Luca, like everyone's favorite Bayonetta character.
Panowie, czy gospoda to tutaj?
Ty, putnik, ty z daleka idziesz?
Owszem, jestem zmęczony.
Ładne buty. Ciepłe?
A proud answer. You know, it not only draws from your flow of pride, though, but will also feed it even more. You're not looking for trouble, so you're just passing through. Let's go with the bold answer. This is a curious option.
Rzeczywiście, buty mam wyjątkowo ciepłe.
You feed the flow of pride.
I prędzej czy później skopią tyłki soldatom.
Nie kuś, Luka, nie kuś. Zaraz do ciebie wrócimy. Tylko załatwimy formalności z tym turystą.
Idziesz z nami. My carskie soldaty.
Twarze raczej nie pasują do munduru. Bardziej do złodziei.
Chyba nie chce rozmawiać z nami po dobroci.
Oh, is this gonna be our introduction to combat? When your enemies lose all their health points, you win the fight. The enemy's health points are shown on the bars below their feet, while your health points are presented by a bar in the bottom left corner of the screen. Sure, let's see what this is about. Okay, we get to pick a card. Based on that, get some kind of outcome. Let's do a meaty punch. Oh, right in the kidneys. Amazing how that dealt 2 points of damage, but a little laughed at by his friend, who was worth 1 more point of damage. Actions queue. Perception allows you to anticipate the enemy's actions. To find out what they are planning, unfold the actions queue at the top of the screen. Skill speeds. Each skill has its own speed. Slower skills are more powerful but require preparation, bringing the risk of an enemy attacking first. Alright, so he's gonna do another cut. And I guess I still go before him. From what that meter at the top is telling me. Yep. Okay, that's pretty easy to understand so far. Would appreciate it if we got a
I się ruskie doigrały.
cool finisher like breaking his nose.
Wstydu sobie narobią, jak powiedzą komu, że ich taki kaleka spra.
Hey now. I may not look like much, but I ain't no cripple. Watch your tone. But anyway, these guys were opportunists you find a lot during that era, where they would serve as soldiers under the Imperial Army, but took the opportunity they had to jump ship and used whatever the authority they build up to extort locals.
You have quite a treasure there in that Horadric cube. According to Horadric lore, the cube can restore a Horadric staff. To do it, use the cube as you would a scroll. When the cube opens, place both pieces of the staff into it and use the cube's transmute power.
Yeah, what's up, Ronin? Stay a while and listen. Pletriatis Bzdola. That was awkward to pronounce even for me. Soon the day will come when the people will throw off their hated shackles. With one stroke the mighty, hardened by work, and struggle with them with misery. They will get rid of the despised Tsar. May the recent events, so organizing for many, be a torch that will kindle the flame of a just revolution. It will only take a few people to raise their heads proudly and abandon their work, for the flame to become an inferno that will consume the oppressor and cleanse our lands. It is already happening. Workers in major cities are preparing for action, and the country folk are also joining the fray. The hour of trial is upon us. Let's not lose heart. It's difficult to predict just how, like, historically accurate this game is trying to be. But, well, we are a couple of years before World War I breaks out, so I would say close enough so far. Thaumaturge points. On the Grimoire's cover there are available Thaumaturge points you can spend on the tree. Purchase skill upgrades, improve your powers within any dimension, and hunt saluters to enable further development. This upgrade enables using perception in the dimension heart, mind, deed, and word. Gamble gives a 60% chance of dealing double damage. Ooh, that alone sounds pretty tempting. Restores your focus. Reduces focus by 1 additional point if the enemy is in the suffering state. Gives a 30% chance of interrupting the enemy's planned action. That also sounds pretty snazzy. But, ooh. Hang on. I think this came about from our dialogue pick. Over there. Oh, Right, so if we actually pick the right choices, our power level within one of these domains increases. How's that gonna work with each other, depending on what choices we make? Remains to be seen, but I already see some interesting potential here. Well, since we committed to heart, I mean, gamble sounds good. Skill upgrades. Each skill can be upgraded. Place the upgrade in the designated spot on the skill icon. Each upgrade takes some space. Choose wisely. So it'll be... Do I like... I guess it counts as a passive, so I can really, like... allocate it. Or do I enhance one of these two? Is that what we're doing? Yeah. I can change it depending how I want it to be. So if I place Gamble on the quick attack, I can get more or less the same damage output as I would from a planned attack. Except this is the safer alternative. So I think for now we'll equalize them. But the fact that you don't have to commit fully and can change upgrades as you want, I like that idea. I like that quite a bit. Doggo.
Grzeczny piesek.
No animation of me actually petting the pupper. 0 out of 10. Immediate refund. No way, I actually can't do that. I've already had this game in the library for God knows how long. Even more exposition. Let's get the juicy world building going. News from Yerevan. Our correspondents report that the newly appointed Governor General of the Yerevan province, Prince Napoleon Louis Joseph Jerome Bonaparte, has just arrived in town. The highest official will preside at the welcoming ceremony, followed by a dinner with representatives from Yerevan's most eminent families. The Governor General's address to the townspeople is expected in the next few days. Oh, I think we're already taking some creative liberties there. I mean, it's a century over since Napoleon's rise to power, and he didn't really have a successor to try and get another shot at making France a superpower. What? Rasputin?
Proszę wybaczyć, czy pan nazywa się Grigori Jefimowicz?
Holy shit.
Rasputin?
Looks about as he's portrayed.
Wybaczam. Przepraszam, po prostu szukam pana od tak bardzo dawna
I spodziewałeś się śmierci
Lover of the Russian Queen.
analfabety, który naciąga chorych ludzi i twierdzi, że rozmawia z samym Bogiem. Już mówiłem, że ci wybaczam.
Tak, słyszałem, zwłaszcza w Petersburgu. Słyszałem też o uzdrowieniach, nawet beznadziejnych przypadków, niewytłumaczalnych.
A w co ty wierzysz?
So you believe in his miraculous power, say you want to see for yourself. Well, to be fair, the actual Rasputin made a lot of bold claims, which, as we know, was more of a excuse to get in good favors with the Tsar's family and sleep with his wife. What a giga Chad.
Jeśli mi pan pomoże, uwierzę we wszystko. I proszę mi uwierzyć, że wszystkiego poza cudem już próbowałem. I znam znaczenie tego słowa. Jestem Thaumaturgiem.
Skąd przyjechałeś?
Explain how you track him down, so you were born in Warsaw.
Jestem z Warszawy.
Czyli z Rosji.
Polski.
Z
Important
której
distinction.
Polski? Z tej rosyjskiej, niemieckiej, czy z tej części, która należy do Austrii?
From the Polish
Z
Poland.
Warszawy.
Masz jakieś imię?
Wiktor Szulski.
Spotykałem już na swojej drodze ludzi, którzy kłamali mi o swoich problemach, a potem rozpowiadali, że jestem szarlatanem. Po nich pojawiali się kolejni, z widłami i pochodniami, a ja musiałem znosić szykany, plucie w twarz lub ratować się ucieczką, żeby ocalić życie. I teraz ty mówisz, że jesteś czarodziejem z wymyślonej krainy, której
Hey
nikt
now.
nie widział na mapie od ponad 100 lat. Wybacz moje rozbawienie. Jestem przed pierwszą kawą.
Wybaczam panu i wciąż proszę o pomoc.
Udowodnij, że jesteś taumaturgiem, a wysłucham cię.
Okay. I'm game.
Co pan chce, żebym zrobił?
Poznałem kilku takich jak ty, więc wiem, co potraficie. Znajdź w tej gospodzie coś, co należy do mnie i powiedz mi coś, co tylko ja mogę wiedzieć.
Muszę najpierw mieć coś pańskiego i osobistego, żeby nauczyć się pańskiego śladu. To taki wzór, po którym rozpoznam pozostałe przedmioty.
Powąchaj to.
Probably reeks of piss. Prayer beads. Tamon prayer beads with 30 woolen knots. The zeal gushing from the beads impregnates. Listen. It's one of those terms that has more than one meaning. The wool better than the tallow from the owner's strong fingers. The object pulses with a mixture of blue rapture, purple passion, and graphite fierceness. The touch of the beads burns, but it also attracts. Really singing the double entendres here. Draw a conclusion. Rasputin's wish. Rasputin has a magnetic zeal and passion. He is a man with an attractive personality, strong and fierce, who is easy to follow. One just has to be careful not to get burned by the flame of his ardor. See, then you've got everything you need.
Wrócę do pana za chwilę.
Nie mogę się doczekać.
Observations. Observations are information you acquire by interacting with people and items. Observations make conclusions, a valuable source of knowledge about the world and events that can help you in different situations. Perception and objects. Thaumaturges possess perception, which allows them to read other people's emotions, actions, words, and thoughts left on items. In order to recognize them, you must develop the heart, deed, word, and mind dimensions sufficiently. On some items, you will find a trace of someone's personality. It takes one of the three forms. Unknown, you see it for the first time. Familiar, you have seen it before, but you're not certain who it belongs to. Certain, you know exactly who left it. Traces are only revealed once you pass the test of perception on the item.
Rozejrzyjmy się tu.
Search the tavern and find Rasputin's items. Oh, there we go.
Kto by pomyślał, że drzemią w nim takie pokłady namiętności?
Prayer book. An ornate prayer book containing prayers for the Russian Orthodox Rite. It vibrates with a languishing moan of delight, the touch of silk, the scent of courtly powder. But that which is soft and warm is also pierced by the forms of impending separation and longing. Dimension force too low deed, because I would need one. Rasputin's passions. Who would have thought that this priest had such passion? Surprisingly, the mask of a healer conceals an outstanding lover, irresistible to women's hearts and bodies. Perhaps this one this is one of his healing methods. Okay, but alas, my deal is too low, so we can't really work on that. This is cool. We get some rough illustrations representing the characters we meet. Yo. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, you know, I gotta raid on the demons here. Upper, my first Thaumaturge. He came to me more than 15 years ago, and I offered him my heart and the flow of pride I carry. By trying to capture others, I fell into a spiral of torment and exhaustion that cost me my connection to Upper. I can no longer use his power, nor ever fully see him. We are both shadows of our old selves. I cannot help him, but I've heard of someone who can. So I think Upper is supposed to be an old-timey way of saying Upur, which would translate to Wraith in English. So he's like a malevolent spirit. Paimon, you are so beautiful, fallen angel, full of grace, energy, and color. I thought that you would become my teacher, that you would open the world of philosophy, art, and magic to me, that together we would discover the secrets of Earth's elements and the secrets of people's hearts, that I will become something more, that having as many as 2 cylinders, I would reach for what is available only to the strongest. Instead, you broke me. You brought nightmares and visions that crushed my mind to dust. Because of you, I am nothing but a shadow. Haircloth. A potential device for voluntary self-mortification of the body. The metaphor is too long. This time it's the mind. Can't really retract my points now, can I? Because if I commit, then yeah. Maybe later on I can return to them and discover more. Because I have enough points.
Tak, chcesz się bawić?
Dirty ball. Dirty ball that someone has eaten stew from. The metaphor is too low. Okay, so we kind of get one from every other domain that I haven't invested in points in. Tell us better what you found.
Czego się dowiedziałeś, czarodzieju?
Cóż, jest pan gorliwym człowiekiem. To przenika wszystkie poziomy pana osobowości. Wiarę, namiętność.
Nie bardzo imponujące odkrycie.
Jeszcze nie skończyłem. W Petersburgu zostawił pan za sobą jedną bardzo oddaną i bardzo młodą dwórkę.
Przynajmniej jedno, mój drogi.
The humility. Rasputin will remember this. What, in a good way, or he didn't take well to me talking shit?
Szukałeś.
Okay, first of all, I was gonna go offline anyway. But good call there. On the nuking the bot. Tell him what problem you've got. Ask about the lady in waiting from Petersburg. Sure, let's probe a bit.
Nie mogę nie spytać najpierw o tę młodą damę z Petersburga.
Uważaj, zaczynam cię lubić. Ale jeszcze nie na tyle, żeby opowiadać ci o Petersburgu. Jak mógłbym ci pomóc?
Kilka lat temu podjąłem próbę schwytania dzikiego salutora. Skończyło się to dla mnie utratą kontaktu z moim pierwszym salutorem. Nie mogę przez to rozwijać swoich umiejętności. Wiem, że mój upyr tam jest. Czasem się manifestuje, ale nie czuję już więzi. W zasadzie to z każdym dniem...
My social
coraz
link
bardziej.
is too low.
Jeśli ona zniknie, mój umysł, stracę poczucie rzeczywistości. Popadnę w obłęd.
Nie wiem, czy mogę ci pomóc.
Another proud answer. Is there an actual downside not to picking these? I mean, maybe influences the storyline, but I can't feel, but not feel tempted to pursue them.
Mam pieniądze, jeśli o to chodzi.
Rozdaj je potrzebującym. Mnie nic po twoim bogactwie. Miałem na myśli, że nie wiem, czy jestem w stanie ci pomóc. Mój dar to coś, co dostałem od Boga. Jednym pomogłem, innym nie wiem. Nigdy też nie leczyłem taumaturga.
Może wystarczy, jeśli zrobi pan to samo, co innym.
Spróbujmy. Wsłuchaj się w mój głos. Jesteś bezpieczny. Jak długo słyszysz mój głos? Jesteś bezpieczny. Pozwól mi zajrzeć do swojego umysłu. Pozwól mi spojrzeć twoimi oczyma.
My veins are popping out. That's not usually a good sign.
Gdzie ja jestem? Rasputin. Nikogo tu nie ma.
No, but there are weird, fleshy appendages protruding from the confines of my mind. That's a little worrisome. Okay, so from baseline never understanding so far, these saluters are kind of like personas, and if you lose a touch with your persona slash saluter, you basically will lose the will to live and die. So in that sense, they seem kind of close to one another conceptually.
Muszę się stąd wydostać. Co to za dźwięk? Łańcuchy?
I feel like I'm playing Diablo 4 again, because it also has this kind of section where you're basically tripping balls and going through some hellish landscapes manifested by Mephisto.
Ślepcze.
Nigdy nie potrafiłeś pojąć nauki dostrzegania oczywistych rzeczy. Wciąż nic nie widzisz?
Czego niby nie widzę?
Twoja skaza przesłania ci wzrok. Od zawsze przesłaniała. Duma. Twoja przeklęta duma i poczucie wyższości.
Okay, but hear me out. If I feed into pride,
Ojcze.
I become stronger.
Głupcze. Zawsze przegrywasz. Przegrywasz nawet z samym sobą. Nie widzisz, ale czy chociaż słyszysz? Jesteś słaby, głupi i ślepy.
A nice touch here was, despite maintaining our current look, Victor's voice was audibly younger.
Słyszysz? Słyszysz? Słyszysz?
What the?
Widzę, ojcze. Wyraźnie.
Yeah, it's pretty normal, I'd say.
Długo będzie jeszcze leżał? Zamieść chciałam.
Gdzie Rasputin?
Na cmentarzu. Złe mary odpędza i ukojenie ludziom daje. Dobrze się czuje?
I don't know, I just had a
Tak,
deeply spiritual experience. I got
Zamieść
told off by
ciała.
my father,
już się zbieram.
and now I can't even get a good night's sleep.
Dobrze cię zobaczyć.
I don't know if that would be my first reaction to
Widziałem go tak jak ciebie.
a rotting skeleton man.
To był salutor.
But I don't know, maybe they have like a
Dziki. A jeśli tak, to znaczy,
strong
że
relation to
jest
one
ktoś,
another.
kto ma skazę, która go przyciąga.
Do mnie mówił?
Modliłem się.
Zamieść ciałam.
Make a full recovery with the help of a miracle worker. Find the person with the flood that the wild soldier is seeking. Find respite in the cemetery. Okay, so interestingly, these objects from the questline have already disappeared. So I'm guessing if I attributed my point earlier to one of the other domains, I could have learned a little more about the personal belongings, how that reflect his character. Probably flavor text. Multiple objectives. Quests have multiple objectives. Freely switch for the one you'd like to track. After switching, the objective will reveal a path to follow. Sometimes this path is so mysterious that it eludes even an experienced Thaumaturge. No worries, the main objectives will provide a way to solve the quest. Ooh, hey. Now the camera is moving around. Albeit on its own. Okay, so Rasputin is over here. Our main quest seems to go outside the confines of the map, which means it's like an overarching objective that we can immediately solve. Protective charm, made of strings, sticks, and feathers. It's supposed to protect the residents from the influence of evil powers. Got another point out of it. Work, work, work. Horse. A very well modeled equine specimen. No, not the fog of war preventing me from escaping the small village. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you very closely because I do not trust goats ever since the witch. Especially black ones. I can't really say whether that's my favorite Robert Eggers movie or The Lighthouse because both are really great flicks. It was probably a close one between the two. I think the only movie I haven't peeped from him yet was The Northman. Which is kind of funny because in the light of the recent discourse surrounding Christopher Nolan's Odyssey and the quote-unquote creative liberties it takes, The Northman has been brought up quite a bit in terms of, oh, if you just want like a good semi-historical tale set in early Scandinavia surrounding the Vikings, it is worth a watch. So I might actually have to indulge.
Czyżbym wyczuwał?
This goose is dead, and thus my Thaumaturge sense is tingling. Dead goose. Someone or something strangled this goose. From the goose's twisted neck flows the anger and passion of the person who slaughtered the poor burb. The wave of emotions carries no desire for meat or feathers, only the sour taste of envy and desire for all of Bogdan's property to go to hell. Wise woman.
Niedoczekanie twoje. Oddalam taki wyrok.
No i mówiłem, że tak będzie. A sam chciał do ciebie przychodzić. Pierwszy był do rozsądzania.
Ja swoje powiedziałam i zdania nie zmienię. Zabierać się stąd, bo już się gapie złażą.
Nie gapie, a świadek. A niech słucha. Bezstronnie podejdzie do tego. Panie, ten tutaj kłamca i złodziej pamiątkę po mojej matce mi ukradł. A ta czarownica mówi, że mam mu jeszcze swoją gęś oddać.
Boś mi moją zadusi. A mnie żadne szkiełka po twojej matce potrzebne do niczego nie są.
Bo jak żeś gęś zadusił, to wiadomo, żeś ty to zrobił. A że ci Bogdan Wiszorek kradł, to nie udowodniłeś.
I gdzie tu sprawiedliwość?
Observation. The conflicted neighbors. A dead goose lies between the quarreling peasants, the obvious bone of contention here. If the wise woman is to settle this dispute, she'd better do it quickly. It will come to fisticuffs in a moment. Well, we just determined that someone killed this goose with malicious intent, and I think it might be Natalie, because he has a grudge against his neighbor. Yeah, I've heard good things about Northman too. Honestly, as far as filmography goes, Robert Eggers is a consistently good catalog thus far. He hasn't directed too many flicks. He's on his fifth so far, with Werewolf being in production. But I've seen the other three, including Nosferatu, which is also like a really good retelling of the original movie. So, thus far, he is proving to be one of my favorite modern era directors. Neighborly disputes. It seems that the neighbors quarreled over a goose strangled and acted revenge, a classic of the genre. Make Anatoly calm down.
Może posłuchaj spokojnie słów mądrej kobiety.
No, w sumie to...
I like how this guy is just leaning over him, being like, you better listen, buddy.
Właś i mów, po coś przylazł.
You old Jedi mind tricks. Diary of an Oblate Priest. They say that every nation has its demons. Its phantoms, ghosts, and nightmares were created to make naughty children behave. But they've gone halfway around the world, preaching the word of God and learn the truth. These demons, fiends, and devils cursed by God are real. And they are everywhere. In distant Sirmia, people whispered the name Bukavach, a cruel beast whose presence brings wrath and commands people to inflict violence on their neighbors. A fairy tale, you say, but I've seen Bukavach, here in Pyatigorsk. I had the rattle of his chains and felt his fangs digging into my neck and tugging every fiber of my soul. This is another aspect of the game that made me inclined to check it out. There is going to be a lot of leaning here into Central slash Eastern Slavic folklore. So we'll get to learn a lot about entities pertaining to pagan mythologies. I heard the rattle of his chains and felt his fangs digging into my neck and tugging at every fiber of my soul. And I felt the fury that his rave brings with it. The anger from which there is no escape, the taste of blood in my mouth that no prayer can erase. May the holy walls of the Oblate Church stop this beast. Blessed Virgin, keep me safe. Unfinished letter. So. My dear son, my heart is crying. Have I harmed you so that you write so about me like this? That you renounce your legacy, your land, and your blood? I never said a word to you when you refused to farm with us, nor when you went to Tiflis to study. And now you're calling us stupid, backward. You repeat the director of yours, Trudietsky, that Georgian, your language, is the language of dogs? And you want to write to me only in Russian? Child, Georgia flows in your blood. She is the salt in your tears and the glue in your bones. You will not renounce her. You can't.
Wydaje się pani mieć pewny szacunek we wsi, stąd chciałem zapytać, czy nie pomogłaby mi pani w jednej sprawie.
Chłopcze, ja się młodsza nie robię. Mów, zanim zemrę.
No, she's got an attitude. Okay. So I'm missing quite a bit to unlock conversations with her. Interesting.
Mam w takim razie nadzieję, że będzie pani jeszcze żyła, kiedy wrócę.
We definitely need to probe a little further then. Anything else that's interesting in this household? Not really. Maybe we gotta attack around the villagers? Hang on. What's this? Salt on the doorstep. Salt on the doorstep protects from unwanted visitors and other misfortunes. So, she might also be dabbling in magic. Your bond is restored thanks to Rasputin's help. Ooh, okay. So with that in mind, I can actually summon this guy and use him in combat. Eerie Intoxication, inflicts damage, restores your health points by 1, which is half of what you've lost. Each subsequent action that restores health points will restore less of it. Bloody Pants, inflicts damage, the target's health points determines how much damage the skill inflicts. The more health points, the higher the damage. Librum Veto, reduces focus, removes all negative states from you. None of this world, inflicts damage, restores your health points by 1, which is half of what you've lost. Quite sure what some of these mean yet. We will be eventually getting more saluters pertaining to different domains. I do like the first tier of word, so fortune. Oh wow. Then going further. I wonder if these unlock organically throughout playing, or do I actually have to unlock more of the skill tree to jump into these other summons? Hmm. Well, the adaptation is definitely there to spread out. Perfect efficiency. Makes every attack on the enemy deal the maximum possible damage. I see we look into Word a little bit. So we have extra options available. That we can plant on. Strong attack. This one has 3 tiers, so you can actually stack them multiple. It seems like a rather simple system at first, but the more you look into it, there's some nuances that you can work from. Find the person with the flood that the wild soldier is seeking.
Coś poczułem. Gdzie to jest?
And this basket, apparently. Hey, No Third. How's it going? Kinda. I mean, Witcher Town, really, if we're
Coś poczułem.
going on Poland here.
Się gapić będą, ale nikt się nie ruszy. Tylko Wesna przyniesie, Wesna pomoże. A jak coś Wesnie pomóc trzeba, to nikogo nigdy tutaj nie można znaleźć.
It's a very rough looking apple.
Nie twoje to nie rusz. Nazjeżdża się jeszcze takich. Tfu.
Well, we're off to a good start. Ooh, you're doing some cardio at home? Good on you. As part of my workout routine, I've also tried to incorporate cardio, except instead of hopping on the treadmill, what I do is I basically take the walk from gym home, which is about 40 minutes from the neighboring district. Not a whole lot, but enough to basically work my legs, get some extra steps in. Dropped apple, a bruised crimson apple. Vesna was trembling, dropped the fruit basket and left this orphan behind. Vesna has left her distinct trace on the fruit. It consists of a heart fluttering in panic and a throat painfully clenched. A bite of this apple would taste of pure fear. Intriguing. We already did that. We punched 2 Polish deserters from the Russian Imperial Army in the kidneys because they were like, oh, we can totally mug this guy. But what they didn't know is I am an expert in fisticuffs. They might have taken away my demon friend, but they haven't claimed my resolve.
Chciałem porozmawiać. Pani Wesno, proszę otworzyć.
Proszę stąd odejść. Nie zapraszaliśmy żadnych gości.
I'll just invite myself then.
Bo ludzi zawołam! Pomocy! Pomocy!
He's not very convinced.
Czego tu, przybłędo? Nie szukam kłopotów. Chciałem tylko porozmawiać.
Już my z tobą pogadamy.
Adjust upgrades. Oh, so I can change them in combat too. That's neat. I wonder if I can actually call upon Upper to do some damage. Strong attacks and focus. In order to launch a strong attack against the enemy, you must take away all their focus, because you need to enter the breakdown state. Strong attacks are much more powerful than the other skills and allow the fight to end quicker. Ah, okay, so we're of their shield. Start off with a quick attack. And then eerie intoxication. Do I get to pick this once per fight, or does that have a meter that recharges? Actually, Bloody Penance might be better at the start of combat. This is scaling with health. Ooh, or I could just straight up take away his focus immediately. I'll say that for his knife-wielding friend. Boom. You like how our cryptid pal is just kind of standing over there menacingly? Shit. That was like a combined stand attack. That'll do it. Intoxication. That's gonna leave a mark. Imagine you being a bystander, noticing this guy getting cut for apparent reason, and you're like, what the heck is going on here? Strong attack opportunity. The enemy has lost all their focus, is now in breakdown state. It's a great chance to launch a strong attack. Iron Wing Valiant in the mech game. Let me check it. Yeah. You might have brought this one up before. It's got a cool cel-shaded aesthetic. You know, these visuals kind of remind me of Valkyria Chronicles, with that very bright color scheme. We actually already met Rasputin, and he seems like a chill dude.
Diabli cię nadali. Można tak powiedzieć, zgoda.
I was about to say. The village residents. If thinking interferes with their actions, so much the worse for thinking. The locals are impetuous, irritable, and eager to pick a fight for even the most trivial reason. Something is not right here. Nah, that's just life in the countryside, my man, where people tend to be envious of one another, especially ones that are more well off in life. Dish shards. Broken shards of blue ceramic dish. The broken ceramic trembles with anger and frustration. The quarrel erupted suddenly, spewing out a bile of mutual complaints and grievances. Its sweet and pungent taste stupefied. Compelled screaming, finger pointing, and hurting. The frenzy lasted until all involved were out of breath. So that's also attached to Vesna. A little more drama, I'm told. Yes, so these entities are called Saluters in-game lore. So far it seems like the basis of their existence is they're kind of like personas. You become attached to one, gradually can gain control over more if you're a powerful enough user. But also becoming separated with them means that you can go as far as break down mentally and lose your sanity in progress. I think later on, maybe before I decide to tune out for the night, we'll go into our compendium and read a little more about the characters and whatever else we unlock, just so I don't break the flow of proceedings too much. I'm not sure if this is about Vesna, the red circle, or if I'm meant to be looking for someone else in the village square. Well, in this universe, he seems to have some kind of mystical prowess. Be it the ability to heal people, perhaps some form of clairvoyance. Typical abilities that you would associate with someone who has the blessing of God. And he could use that as to base his status from.
Chciałem porozmawiać. Pani Wesno, proszę otworzyć.
Please open the door because I have to kick more asses. Guess not. Not before we do a little more around here. Can we infer anything more from this wise woman's place?
Jak się tak będzie kręcił, to kołowrotu we łbie dostanie.
Tell me about it. Not yet.
Mam w takim razie nadzieję, żeby...
With 3 dialogue options missing, I definitely want to pursue matters further. Already found quite a bit over here. Can't really talk to any of the townsfolk, so no luck in that aspect. Maybe I should just go find Rasputin for now. Have a little chit chat with the bloke. Unless I can re-enter the tavern, and there's more stuff here to do. No? Okay, fine. Guess we'll leave then. You, take me to the cemetery.
Przepraszam. Potrzebuję dostać się na tutejszy cmentarz. Zawiezie mnie pan?
Dopiero co wróciłem rano z pocztą. Nie będę koni znowu gnał na złamanie karku. Jeszcze na cmentarz. Stamtąd nikt panu nie ucieknie. O, a koń ledwo zipie. Zobacz.
Observation, Coachman. Coachman doesn't want me to take me to the cemetery. If I use my power, I should be able to change his attitude. So if he continues to elude you, keep searching.
Jeszcze do pana wrócę.
Manipulation. Using Thaumaturge, you can manipulate other people. First, you must know a person's secrets, which you can learn by making conclusions. If the manipulation is available, the character interaction icon will change, and the upper will appear next to the character. Oh, I'm really seeing points of interest. Rag. The coachman used the rag to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The rag reeked with the sour odor of fatigue. Attempts to free the wheels from the soft sill made the spine crack like a fishbone, and the muscles burn with fire, and no one would help. Such was his job. Such was his fate. Shovel. The shovel still showed traces of mud and ice. The coachman had to free the wagon's wheels from the soft soil that had engulfed them. The coachman is tired and weary. He's worked hard at unloading the wagon alone, and all he dreams of is a moment of rest. I can relieve his suffering. That sounds very menacing. Could relieve his suffering permanently.
Nigdzie teraz nie jadę.
Make the coachman's fatigue go away.
Może zmieni pan zdanie i podrzuci mnie jednak na cmentarz.
See, this is so much different from playing The Witcher.
No, z drugiej strony tutaj nie dzieje się w zasadzie wiele więcej.
Got all of those wicked hand signs going on.
Się koni wybiegać, więc wsiadaj pan.
Yeah, howdy, Golden. How's it going, bud? I have not heard of any new local news from our reporter Golden here. However, you can tell our friendship has hit a new threshold because my boy is sending me now geofile related memes. So I appreciate that. I'd just like you to know. Oh, hey. It's Raspy. You work that sweat, boy. Burn those calories. Or you could take your phone on the treadmill and tune into the stream from there to provide you with motivation. Huh? Some good old-fashioned multitasking.
Nie udało się. Cóż.
Elder Vasily's grave. Elder Vasily died only a year ago. His tombstone is clearly beyond damage. Why? Dimension for slow deed. Not if I take care of that. Stone strikes against stone, the heavy guided by a hateful hand. The blows carry anger, despair, chaos. The tombstone cracks and crumbles, but it's not enough. Death is not enough. Venom is engraved is not enough. Nothing will be ever enough. So, the village elder wasn't all that liked. That's what this infers. You know, maybe I'll put a point of each, just in case. Because it might help out with dealing with the quests.
Żyjesz? Czy to znaczy, że pomogłem?
I did hear about Daniel Larson and the extent to which his probation is going. To the point where if he wants to set up a password on his phone, he actually has to inform his curator. Dude. Just don't threaten law authorities. Really. And you're gonna avoid so much trouble and complications in your life. But that's the thing about lolcows. They just don't know how to keep their mouths shut. Thank you for his help.
Nie mam nawet słów, żeby powiedzieć, jak bardzo jestem wdzięczny za to, co pan dla mnie zrobił. Nie czułem się tak od lat.
Who's Bossman Jack, by the way?
Cieszę się, że pomogłem.
I don't quite recall that name off the top of my head. Explain what's changed.
Widzę go. Mojego upyra. Wrócił. Czuję z każdą chwilą, jak nasza więź się umacnia.
The grin.
Cieszę się, ale proszę,
The toothy
kocham
grin.
młodość. Jesteśmy na cmentarzu.
Ask what he's doing here.
Kiedy mi powiedziano, że jest pan na cmentarzu, byłem pewien, że zobaczę, jak wskrzesza pan zmarłych.
Jeszcze nie. Dzisiaj tylko modlę się o spokój duszy Wasylija. Cała wioska cierpi po jego stracie. Był tu starostą.
On przeklął to miejsce. Z jego śmiercią mrok i fatum zawisły nad wioską.
Sam widzisz, każda krzywda ma u nich swoje wytłumaczenie w gusłach. Wierzą, że po śmierci Wasylija wieś opętała jakaś wyjąca nocami poczwara, czy inny jawiec.
That was a Russified form of the word, but Yaviets, if I recall correctly, that's just another universal term to describe an evil spirit. Doom. Locals say that since the death of the village elder, a doom has hung over the village. Minor quarrels immediately turn into bloody fights, and people are tense and withdrawn. Things are not looking good. I mean, experiencing it firsthand. Just two guys coming in over to pick a fight. Ask the woman about the ill fortune hanging over the village.
Co takiego się zmieniło we wsi po śmierci starosty?
Wszystko źle, pani. Wszystko na głowie postawało. Ludzie jak się kłócili, tak teraz drą koty. Aż sztachety w ruch idą. Baby cierpliwości do dzieci nie mają. Chłopy do bab. A sąsiad do sąsiada. Słowo każde obraźliwe może się wydawać i afront od razu gotowy. Awantura.
Takie tragedie jak śmierć Wasylija odciskają piętno na wszystkich. Musi minąć czas, żeby się z tym pogodzili. To nie musi znaczyć, że mroczne siły opętały to miejsce.
Ask about the district elder's death.
Jak umarł ten starosta?
Pożar był, panie. Płomienie pod niebo strzelały, a on płonął i przeklinał, klątwy rzucał. I rzucił z gliszcza po tym wszystkim to przeklęte miejsce. Złą ziemię licho przejęło.
Nie zachęcaj jej. Jak zacznie, to nie można jej zatrzymać.
To też może być działanie Salutora.
Co masz na myśli?
This must be the work of an enemy stand. Vasily's death was not peaceful. The elder died in the flames that consumed his cows. The ruins are thought to be cursed, and locals speak of them with horror. Well, if you look at folklore, and how a lot of the times when a malicious force is involved, it tends to be connected to a person dying a rather gruesome death and in a highly emotional state, and thus those emotions cross the metaphysical boundary and just linger on in the place of death. So, yeah, you guys might be cooked.
Kiedy mnie uzdrawiałeś, miałem sen. Marę. Ale na granicy tego snu i jawy wydawało mi się, że widziałem Salutora. To on może mieć wpływ na mieszkańców
It looked like a gangly spider creature and was very creepy.
To dobrzy ludzie, ale mało lotni, Wiktorze. Obawiam się, że może chodzić im o pociąg.
Szeptucha mówiła, że to licho to bukawacz.
Czy ten stwór, który was nawiedza, dzwoni łańcuchami, wije się i szczerzy pysk wypełniony ostrymi zębiskami?
Bukawacz!
Gdzie mieszkał ten starosta?
Pokażę ci. Dajmy odpocząć duszy Wasylija na dzisiaj. Amen.
I want to see this creature. Sounds like an interesting specimen. Woman in the cemetery claims the village is haunted by a lich. His name is Bukavach. A peaceful and happy village? Not quite. The villagers are out on the point of breaking, laying the blame for the troubles on the actions of Bukavach. They're trying to defend themselves against this dark force with folk methods. Oh, so putting salt on the door frame. Because, you know, salt, symbol of purity. And that right here is an Orthodox cross about this gateway. So, it is a Eastern Faith cemetery. You know, close enough. May as well make a jump. Didn't expect Rasputin to be so involved this early on in the game, but hey, I don't mind historical figures being part of the narrative. Because so far he's definitely adding a bit of mystique to this otherwise mundane town.
Co spodziewasz się tu znaleźć? Pożar był prawie rok temu.
Czas nie ma tu takiego znaczenia. Szukam wskazówek i osobistych śladów, które naprowadzą mnie na kogoś, kto nosi skazę, która zwabiła tutaj Salutora.
No tak, myślałem, że mogę być ci pomocny, ale nie bardzo rozumiem, co do mnie mówisz.
Well, this is definitely also gonna be helpful to us because it's gonna help us understand the inner workings of this game's metaphysical realm.
Skazy To głęboko ukryte piętno, które odciska się na ludzkich duszach. Rodzi się przede wszystkim pod wpływem dramatycznych wydarzeń.
Jak to się ma do tych salutorów? To z łaciny?
Tak, od przybysza. Ludzie od zawsze pojmowali salutory jako duchy.
Take notes, everyone. This is going to be on the exam.
Jak z tych bajek, które miejscowym opowiada szeptucha i inne stare baby?
Czasem takie bajki i legendy opisują, jak ludzie postrzegają salutory. One nie przyjmują fizycznej formy. Salutory lgną do skaz ukrytych w ludziach. Thaumaturg odkrywa te skazy w człowieku. Wydobywa je na powierzchnię i przyjmuje, aby zwabić do siebie salutora. W tych momentach zazwyczaj zawodziłem. Nie potrafiłem zatrzymać salutora przy sobie. Nie umiałem go ze sobą związać.
A ty? Masz jakąś skazę?
Many. Don't reveal your flaw to him. Change the subject. Say what flaw you're concealing. He's been pretty straightforward to us, so let's stand on equal footing in that sense.
Noszę skazę dumy.
Nie domyśliłbym się.
A teraz, dzięki pańskiej pomocy, mogę znowu odkrywać w ludziach skazy i kryjące się za nimi salutory. I myślę, że jestem w stanie schwytać mojego drugiego salutora.
So this is an interesting angle where we're kind of a spirit detective, and sure, we can help people by essentially exorcising them, but on the flip side, we're not just banishing these spirits, we can actually catch them and use them to our own machinations.
Ludzie zawsze zostawiają po sobie indywidualne cząstki swojej osobowości, nawet na prozaicznych przedmiotach. Mogę odczytać zapisane na tych przedmiotach myśli i uczynki, a potem dopasować je do właściciela. To pomaga zebrać ogromną wiedzę na temat człowieka, zwłaszcza jeśli trzeba kogoś znaleźć.
Co jeszcze potrafisz?
Say we're having multiple salutors is dangerous.
Jeśli uda mi się pochwycić drugiego salutora, będzie to w zasadzie bardzo rzadkie wydarzenie. Zwykły Thaumaturg nawet nie podejmuje kolejnych prób. Tylko nieliczni mają kilka salutorów.
Dlaczego?
Say the others are cowards. This time I'm gonna go for a more reasonable answer.
Niektórzy umarli, kiedy spróbowali, niektórzy postradali zmysły. Ja byłem bliski obłędu. Straciłem poczucie tego, co rzeczywiście...
Honestly, I picked this choice because I genuinely wanted like a more clarified answer.
Pewny.
Czy nie takie właśnie myślenie zesłało na ciebie problemy, które doprowadziły cię do mnie?
To już nie jest istotne.
A co się zmieniło?
Tym razem Pan jest przy mnie.
I don't know whether to worry about all these little notes that Rasputin is taking of us, or be glad. Maybe this means that he'll be a recurring character in the game, and what we say to him now will be carried over later.
Dlaczego chciał mi Pan tutaj towarzyszyć?
Nigdy nie poznałem tak blisko żadnego taumaturga. Chciałbym dowiedzieć się jak najwięcej o twoich umiejętnościach.
Muszę się tu jeszcze trochę rozejrzeć.
Nie zatrzymuję cię.
We're playing a body cup game right now.
Zapach tajemnicy.
Except Rasputin is with me as my accomplice. Couldn't have asked for a better partner.
Straszna śmierć.
A dried bloodstain has soaked deep into the burned boards of the house. The blood sounds like suffering. It flowed quickly. The wound inflicted with the scissors wasn't large, but it was accurate. Life left the body, the heart was went into a spasm, and the mind recognized the end. It lasted for some time, and then the flames came. And the pain resigned anew. What do you mean scissors? Where did the scissors come into play here? A destroyed door frame. By some miracle it survived the fire. Thick lines of wood grain are visible in the frame. They arrange themselves into words, carved as if by a chisel. They scream about an attempt to break down the door, about the hinges finally letting go. They scream, into a deaf void. Fear of the flames has embedded itself deep in the fabric of the door frame, and trepidation about losing a loved one. And one extra trace we can't pinpoint just yet because it is bound to mind, I suppose.
Coś poczułem. Gdzie to jest?
What about here, apparently?
Tyle cierpienia.
Belt. A charred old trouser belt with a heavy metal buckle. The buckle cuts through leather like a razor. It's no longer a boring piece of clothing, but a tormentor's tool that stands on exposed flesh like a vulture. It pecks at it, leaving carmine wounds. Once, twice, thrice. It cuts deep, all the way to the soul. So what the hell was going on here? Starting to look more like a plain old fire, that's for sure. Maybe there's more over here. Usually when I'm close enough, Victor already points out that there's something in the vicinity worth investigating. And also these red petals start converging.
Prawdziwy strach.
Ragdoll. A charred ragdoll. It appears old. The doll is caked with a hard crust of fear. Its layers are like the varnish of an age-old painting. A child's fear. A girl's terror. A young woman's dread. They form a cocoon smelling of turpentine. They constricts the throat and forces tears from the eyes. Attached to Vesna. Right, we got a point in every branch now. Can I check the frame now? Again. That's a little unfortunate. Seems like it's a one and done deal.
W tym domu zawsze było pełno strachu, a gospodarz żył jeszcze, kiedy dom zajął się ogniem. Ktoś chciał go zabić. Ogień tylko przykrył te zbrodnie.
Wow.
Z tego mordu zrodziła się skaza, do której przylgnąłeś, prawda? Znajdę cię, kiedy odnajdę mordercę. Znam właścicielkę tej laleczki. Może powinienem jej to oddać. Ona pewnie wie więcej o tym, co tu się wydarzyło.
Seems like it. Vesna's trace. The same trace can be found on Ragdoll and the island dropped by a woman. Vesna smells of fear. Her nerves are badly strained. Her heart is trembling, her fingers are stiff from anxiety, and her mind wanders. Lost in the wilderness of fear. I may be able to find her home, discover what's behind the jittery condition.
Wiktor! Mam nadzieję, że masz już to, czego chciałeś, Thaumaturgu, bo chyba czas się zbierać.
Uh-oh. Is that the two
Skąd ten
douchebags we fought earlier?
Lecho, my carskie soldaty. Może jakiś datek na carską armię?
Tu nie ma rosyjskich posterunków.
To chyba ten z ładnymi butami.
To ty sprałeś naszych kamratów?
Say yes, I can do it again. I'm gonna pick that because I like his guts.
Was mogę potraktować dokładnie tak samo.
On nie jest taki słaby, na jakiego wygląda. W zasadzie to teraz wygląda lepiej niż ostatnio.
Ale nie licząc księdza, wciąż jest sam.
Not too sure about that. Oh, you goobers are gonna regret this. Alright, we gotta do good because my man Rasputin is gonna observe from the sidelines. So we gotta make sure we put on our best performance. One down. Let's go plan one, and we can recover some HP. Yeah, this guy's the more dangerous fella because he can actually lower our focus. Not that I have to worry about that necessarily because got plenty of it. See, now it's a fair fight. Alright, you dingus. I'm gonna remove your focus and butter you up for a finisher. Combination stand attack.
Nic panu nie jest?
Mnie? Nie, ale te salutory pomagają ci również w bijatykach? Możesz manipulować ludźmi i wrzucać im demony do głowy?
Bro, if you could only see what was just about to go on here.
Mów mi, Grigori.
Wracajmy. Muszę odwiedzić we wsi kogoś, kto powie mi więcej o tym, co się tu wydarzyło.
Again, if you're your average non-thaumaturge, this has to look particularly mind-boggling, seeing how my opponents just mysteriously gained cut marks inexplicably. In that sense, we could definitely draw some parallels between saluters and stands. If there is any inspiration to how these entities work, I would definitely, from what we gathered thus far, pinpoint to Jojo and Persona for potential influences. Oh, right. plenty of autosaves, but still. We don't want to lose all this progress, now do we? This being a prologue, I don't really expect the encounters to be super intricate. It's definitely a tutorial stage to get us acquainted with how the combat plays out. So definitely room for more nuances and complexity as we advance. But my impression from what we've experienced to this point is the world building and the dynamics between characters is what we're leaning more into this game. So it's definitely a question of presentation, story, and aesthetic over the actual gameplay, which is at the very least serviceable so far, so that's good. If you can suffer a little more than that, I'm gonna be happy. But if the intention here is to convey a good tale at the cost of the gameplay being a more means to an end, I won't necessarily be upset with it.
Chciałem porozmawiać. Pani Wesno, proszę otworzyć.
Proszę stąd odejść. Nie zapraszaliśmy żadnych gości.
Look, ma'am, I have already enough evidence to get you involved into something nasty, so you better open up that door. Except, she's still being very uncooperative.
Luka, to on musiał uratować Wesnę z pożaru.
Let me read that cue. To the rescue. The words read from the doorframe of the burned house was Lucas. It was he who rescued Vesna from the fire, risking his own life. Is he still around? Can bring it up with him? Or now can I actually make my way into Vesna's house? I suppose so, since we have an exclamation marker. Hold up. What's this? Damaged X shaft. A damaged X shaft. The trace it bears does not belong to Vesna. Although it's already become moldy from disuse, it carries the memory of the spirit of the one who wielded it. A loner by choice, with a disposition as tart as juniper berries. The shaft is overgrown with the thorns of bitter words, but there are others, warm, delicate as rose petals. They betray a love for someone who's not afraid of thorns. Love that is difficult, but not accepting of violence. Domestic squabbles. In this house lives a married couple who do not mince their words. They argue violently, loudly, until they are out of breath. But they persist, together, despite everything. Sincere feelings. Luka is a violent man, but he has a sincere love for Vesna. Quarrels are one thing, but he would never commit violence against her, as evidenced by the words written on the shaft of the axe. Hey, come down there. What the hell is going on outside? Whoa. Fire brigade decided to stop next to my building. That can be good. A difficult love. Luca and Vesna together are an explosive mix. They are impulsive, capable of getting lost in unwarranted anger and arguing. Arguing as if there were no tomorrow. But at the same time, they sincerely love each other, and their love keeps burning with a hot flame, protecting them from losing themselves in pernicious emotions and preventing domestic violence. Hey, buddy.
Znam już ślad tej kobiety. Oboje, Wesna i jej małżonek, zostawili swoje ślady w spalonym gospodarstwie Wasylija. Luka szczerze kocha swoją żonę. Sądzisz, że kochał ją tak mocno, żeby dla niej zabić?
Why though?
Masz rację. Lepiej zapytam o to Wesnę.
The shaft of the axe bears a distinct trace of Luca. It's identical to the one on the doorframe of the burned homestead. I'm gonna give a thumbs up for the fact that our incorporeal friend does not say anything when we actually engage in conversation. And we have to infer from their unspoken conversation what he might be actually, well, I don't know, maybe telepathically conveying to Victor. The voices in my head.
Chciałem porozmawiać. Pani Wesno, proszę otworzyć.
Proszę stąd odejść. Nie zapraszaliśmy żadnych gości.
Proszę otworzyć. Chciałem zamienić słowo o pani mężu.
Lepiej, żeby tu pana nie było, kiedy on wróci. On nie taki rozmowny i grzeczny jak ja.
Vesna about Luca. It is clear that this is not the first time Vesna has threatened someone her husband. Luca must not have the best reputation in the village. Residents see Luca as a sullen churl and a recluse. However, he seems to have a soft spot. Luca was at Vasily's house the night the murder and fire took place.
Wiem, że się pani boi. Proszę chociaż uchylić drzwi i pozwolić mi na jedno krótkie pytanie.
Hey, that's more than just a crack. I feel like this might be the correct course of action.
Mam coś, co chyba należy do pani. Znalazłem to przy spalonym gospodarstwie pani ojca. Zapisał się na niej pani strach. Wiem to. Jestem taumaturgiem. Chcę pomóc.
Co pan chce wiedzieć?
Gdzie mogę znaleźć pani męża?
Na polanie, pod lasem. Rąbię drzewo z innymi.
Dziękuję.
Niech pan to stąd zabierze.
I'm sure meeting her husband won't involve plenty of punching one another. Me possibly having to clock him out. Is that another? No, it seems to be within the confines of the village, someplace. Maybe. Stand corrected. I have to transition to yet another area.
Znowu?
Tym razem to sprawa życia i śmierci.
Jak twoje poszukiwania?
Prawie skończone. Wiem, za kim snuje się wukawacz.
Możesz zdradzić ten sekret?
To Luka. To musi być Luka.
Wciąż chcesz złapać tego salutora?
Tak, zdecydowanie.
Pomimo ryzyka?
Mam nadzieję, że namówię cię, żebyś pojechał ze mną.
Prosisz mnie o ogromną przysługę? Mam nadzieję, że będziesz w stanie się zrewanżować.
Daję słowo.
Słyszałeś?
I'll put on a good
Idziemy do
show.
ręki Bogosjana.
Can promise that much. You know Rasputin is just saying things, but he's in here for a good show. How's it klinging?
Nie przyszedłem się bić.
Luka!
That can be good.
Trzeba było nie straszyć mojej żony.
Dlaczego to zrobiłeś?
Nie wiem, o czym gadasz.
To ty sprowadziłeś tu Salutora. To licho, które mówicie, że przyszło do wioski po śmierci Wasilija. To przez tego Salutora wszystkich was trawi strach.
Licho is another
Przez niego jesteście tacy
old-fashioned term to describe a ghost.
To przez twoją skazę, która tkwi w tobie.
I quite like it a lot.
Do mordu zaraz może dojść.
Utnij mu łeb.
Co?
Off with his
Urąb mu
head.
łeb, zanim znowu pysk otworzy.
Chyba, że to ty go zabiłaś.
I znów bym to zrobiła, jakbym tylko mogła. Wynoś się!
Tu jesteś, bukawacz.
That right there is
Zawezny jest moja.
from Software boss. No surprises ask me now. What difficult level to pick? I'll go with balance. Oh, he is big. Damn. To defeat a wild soldier, you must get rid of the shadows that protect him. Vanquish the shadows will weaken him, but the weaker he is, the more fiercely he will fight back. The bard tells when the wild soldier sends more enemies against you. He's got a lot more focus than your average enemy, which makes sense. Let's do planned attack and knock out 1 point of focus. Then we could do intoxication. Or nah, but bloody pencil should be much better. States. Book of Archers cause you to enter the suffering state. States can have benign or potentially deadly effect. Read the descriptions carefully and don't get caught off guard. Receives damage 2 at the end of every round. The effect stacks 4 times. Okay. That was gonna be that easy, even with us almost knocking him out already. Boom. Yep, go figure. Okay. Then I'm gonna accept some help from you. Who even is that dude? I recognize him. Complications. Reduces restored health points by 40%. Right, so we don't want to prolong this any further than we have to. That'll do it. I believe in equal rights, and by equal rights I mean equal opportunities to get punched in the gut by both men and women alike.
Przegrasz. Znowu oszalejesz, ty ślepy głupcze.
Trochę wiary, Thaumaturgu. Skup się na tym, co prawdziwe. Mój głos jest prawdziwy. Ja jestem prawdą. Widzisz? Patrz.
Taming a Saluter. You defeated Bukavach, the D-dimension Saluter, but you cannot tame him on your own. Rasputin comes to your help. The untamed Saluter won't obey your orders, stops you from developing and weakens your perception. Fortunately, Rasputin soothed his anger. You achieved the unachievable.
Niesamowite.
Jak się czujesz? Wszystko w porządku?
Cóż, chyba nie mam halucynacji, ale to znaczy, że teraz mam przed sobą tłum wściekłych drwali z siekierami, więc powiem, że tak sobie.
Co? Co? Prawdę mówię. Zrobiłabym to znowu. Wy nic nie rozumiecie. To przez tego magika. To jego wina.
Magik Wasilija nie ubił. Nie on złego sprowadził. Ty jesteś wiedźma! Na stos z nią! Na stos!
Uh-oh.
A ty co tak stoisz? Pozwolisz im na to? A tam. Sama sobie poradzę. Wtedy sobie sama poradziłam, to i teraz dam radę.
Coś ty zrobiła. Idź. Nie musisz na to patrzeć.
Big old hands. Force Vesna to flee or prevent Luca from making rash decisions. Remind Luca of the proof that he loves Vesna. Ooh, that's an interesting call we get to make.
Zastanów się, Luka. Twoje uczucie do Wesny wciąż jest szczere, wiem to. Wysłuchaj jej powodów, zanim cokolwiek zdecydujesz.
Dobra. Do wsi lepiej oboje nie wracajcie.
Jeszcze czego? Obejdzie się.
I have one problem with this. We didn't really learn why she killed the villager in the first place. that didn't elaborate on anything. What the hell? Bukavach are sometimes mentioned in tales and legends of Sirmia, a part of the kingdom of Slavonia. They personify brutal force and the inexorable punishment for sins which is bound to come. That is why they are attracted to flaws bred by forbidden acts, like the district governor Vasili's murder. My Bukavach follows Vesna, a peasant girl from Transcaucasia with a dramatic past. He uses offensive state-based skills, perfect finishing off heavily injured enemies. I am not infallible. I was certain it was Luca who had the flaw, but in turn to be his wife who lured Bukavach here. Her flaw was brought up by family tragedy. Vesna killed her valiant father, seeing no other way to save herself. I guess that helps explain kinda what happened, but then again, very few contextual clues. So we really didn't get to talk much to that elderly woman back in the village. Which I'm a little upset about.
Przepraszam, wie pan może kiedy pojawi się pociąg? Poczmistrz mówił, że zwykle spóźnia się najwyżej godzinę, więc powinien być lada chwila. Mam trudniejsze pytanie dla pana.
Słucham?
Czy ten pociąg zawiezie mnie w okolice Albuquerque?
Obawiam się, że to ocean stąd. A do samego oceanu ma pan jeszcze kawałek drogi.
Dziękuję. Od kiedy źle skręciłem przy Albuquerque, nie mogę się odnaleźć. Panie, jakie ja rzeczy widziałem, gdzie mnie nie było. Tylko do Albuquerque
Took a wrong turn in Albuquerque. Only old people like me would get that reference. It's certainly written with a particular audience in mind. Hello again. You wouldn't believe the crazy stuff that happened in the village.
Panie Szulski, miałem po pana posłać, kiedy woźnica zjawi się po pocztę. Współczuję z powodu ojca. Czy nadal chce pan coś nadać?
Give the man a minute. He's just learning his father passed away. Sheesh. I mean, I know that they didn't really have a good relationship with one another, but still sucks.
Przyszedłeś mnie pożegnać?
Raczej podzielić się obawą. Twój stan wczoraj po walce z tym bukawaczem zaniepokoił mnie. Moje zabiegi nie mają chyba trwałych skutków. I nie wyglądasz najlepiej. Dobrze się czujesz?
Yes, this is set before World War I. So, on Polish territories that happened to be under the Russian occupation at the time.
Właśnie się dowiedziałem, że mój ojciec nie żyje.
Moje kondolencje.
Po twoim zabiegu, kiedy miałem halucynacje, widziałem go. Pierwszy raz od lat słyszałem jego głos. Jestem pewny, że był jego. Dziwne uczucie.
Może przyszedł się pożegnać? Może to były jego ostatnie słowa do ciebie? Proroctwo?
Mam nadzieję, że nie.
Co teraz zamierzasz?
Muszę pochować ojca w Warszawie.
We're going to the capital.
A ty?
Dzięki tobie chyba nie mam.
Well, what will become the capital of Poland once the three emerges?
I powiedz mi, Wiktorze, widziałeś kiedyś ludzką czaszkę rozłupaną o bruk?
Nie widziałem.
Ja widziałem. Czaszkę samego cesarza Franciszka Józefa z mózgiem wylewającym się na chodnik. Widziałem też białe schody w Odessie, spływające krwią. Pola bitwy zasnute śmiercionośną mgłą, z której wyłaniają się istoty.
Ooh, some foreshadowing there with Franz Ferdinand and his assassination.
To się jeszcze nie wydarzyło, ale ja widziałem to wyraźnie jak ciebie teraz. Dzięki tobie wiem, że mogę to powstrzymać. Wiem, że jestem częścią historii i mogę ją zmienić. Nawet za cenę szyderstw, plwania lub życia. Obiecałeś mi przysługę, więc Warszawa brzmi doskonale.
Well, Guess me and my friend Rasputin are going on a journey together. A little bizarre to see the title card 2 hours into the game, but well, you know. It was the prologue, so. The game is definitely leaning into the mysticism surrounding Rasputin's character and how he claimed to be a prophetic figure. Except, you know, with obviously magic being real in this game, he genuinely possesses those kind of capabilities.
Warsaw! Warszawa! Ostatnia stacja Warszawa. Pobudka.
Chmurzy się.
Pogoda jest jak...
Seems like we're going for a solo act here.
Pomijając funeralne okoliczności twojego powrotu, nigdy nie myślałeś, żeby tu wrócić?
Yeah, like a lot of quote-unquote messianic figures, Rasputin claimed that he has been anointed by God and all of his like divine powers come from heaven, so he used that as leverage to gain his authority in Russia.
Za bliską uważam tylko swoją siostrę. A warszawiacy? Zobaczmy. Robotnicy strajkują. Chcą wykorzystać wizytę cara w Warszawie. Protesty są krwawo tłumione. W zeszłym tygodniu zginęło kilkanaście osób. Bojówkarze z Polskiej Partii Socjalistycznej napadli na pociąg. Skradziono pieniądze, obligacje i materiały wybuchowe.
Ah, I suppose
Podejrzewa się, że
it's...
ukradli też transport holenderskiej pomady?
I suppose it's that time in history where Marx's theories were on the rise and gaining popularity.
Gazety karmią się sensacją. Pamiętaj, że w mroku wyraźnie widać nawet małą iskrę. Nawet ja czuję nadzieję od wszystkich, którzy z nami jadą. Ty nie?
Where's the Shadow Hearts connection? There's someone who hasn't played it.
Nie muszę używać mojej mocy, żeby wiedzieć, że wszystkie zabory ciągną tu z nadzieją. Górnicy, hutnicy, guwernantki, sprzątaczki, spekulanci, złodzieje. Miałem okazję odczytać kilka
Go figure.
współpasażerów i wiem, że nadzieja...
Curious observation, for sure.
Podzielisz się ze mną tą wiedzą?
I like how you can just be a dick and go back to reading the newspaper.
Jedzie z nami przestraszona kobieta. Albo ucieka, albo się ukrywa. Tamten jegomość chyba coś przemyca, bo ekscytacja miesza mu się z wyrzutami sumienia. A ten elegant, on jedzie na kurwy.
Jeśli
Okej.
czegoś nauczyłem się w życiu, to tego, że nigdy nie należy lekceważyć kurew, Wiktorze.
Warszawa! Koniec trasy!
You never know what kind of secrets those mistresses of the night
Chyba pora zapytać, gdzie
conceal.
zamierzasz się zatrzymać.
Zawiadomię cię, kiedy sobie coś znajdę.
$1883. So yeah, considering that this is early 20th century, yeah, that would be more than enough time for proto communist ideologies to start taking root, especially in Russia and its conquered territories. Nope, looks like Rasputin is already finding himself at home here. There you go. It's 1905, so we're a little off from the first Great War. You see that nice little detail here, how the name in Russian is scribbled off, and the Polish one is maintained.
Kiedy ludzie się jednoczą, imperia upadają.
Starting to see some anti-Soviet sentiment here. Not even Soviet, because that'll be a little before the revolution. Powązki, by the way, is a very famous cemetery in Warsaw. That's where a lot of famous folks are actually buried. Let's see. I get 2 power-ups I can now purchase. Well, since I have these 2 fellas, I guess I'll lean a little more into their specializations. Okay, FIFA fought. Reduces focus by 1 additional point on the enemies in the suffering state. Brutality increases damage from the soldier's next attack. Perfectionism. Relaxation restores your focus. Ooh. So I can combine these 2, and by reducing enemy focus, I can restore my own focus. Or we could like select this effect. Some very interesting synergies we could plan here. Since we have the Book of Arch, we gain the suffering ability, which we used in that fight. I'm gonna put that on here, so we can strengthen the focus reduction. That just seems like a good effect to stack on. Can I put more than one? Doesn't seem like it. At least not now. Sure, we can go with this setup. Fun historical facts to learn upon, because it is an educational game, in a way. Oh. Now, since we made it here, we can learn more about the world we're adventuring. Transcaucasia. An owl flies through the woods. Perches on a bow and watches intently. The wind is whistling, shutting open doors, rushing inside homes through window slits. In a place like this, human voices blend with animal sounds. The spirits of the dead penetrate the souls of the living, and evil expands slowly, quietly, producing a plentiful harvest. Where am I? Far from home, in the unforgiving mountains, somewhere in the kingdom of Georgia, which, just like Warsaw, is under the Tsar's heel. Oh, so that actually took place in Georgia, didn't it? So, yeah, we're in fact far from home. We seek a cure, but what will I find? I do not know. In places like this, you can lose more than you gain. This place will remain in my memory. I gained my health here and found Bukovac. And the locals? Maybe they will tell stories of a wizard who tamed a demon and gave them back their peace. Maybe they'll forget about it as they dive back into daily rituals and set the pace of life here. Or maybe they'll never forgive me for what I did. Now, Warsaw, during the occupation era. Warsaw is neither close nor distant to me. It is the city of my childhood, early youth, my first experiences, those thaumaturgical and otherwise. When I left, I didn't miss it. I did miss my home, my sister, my friend. But the city meant only as much as my loved ones who were there. It was defined by their presence. I didn't really cherish my memories of Warsaw, but I remembered it differently. I knew where they sold the best candies, which way home was the fastest. Now I feel like I don't know the city at all. It's still a melting pot where emotions simmer, pushing the town's matters to its limits. It all still rests in anticipation of change, an eruption, an action. But it is different. I am different. I'll have to relearn my way around here all over again. Southern Śródmieście, so that would like translate to southern mid city. So like the heart of it essentially. Rhythm permeates every brick here, every cobblestone, every rail. The racket of steam engine pistons, of hammers working on destroying buildings, the frenetic heartbeats, the stomp of marching protesters. The dynamics of progress and change are overwhelming, intoxicating, and emboldening. I can hear the ripple of descent more and more clearly. The rhythmic pulse loosens, the rivets holding bilingual signboards together and ties corset knots. In this place, you live in the here and now because the past weeks of decay, and it's too terrifying to think of what the future holds. So maybe we'll be diving into a more steampunk aesthetic. Well, Rasputin seems to have wandered off to do his own thing. So let us proceed to take care of our father's funeral. The Warsaw Courier. Their Majesties have arrived. When this issue of the Courier is in your hands, the ancient city of Warsaw will be receiving its most distinguished guests. His Majesty Nikolai II, the Emperor of all Russia, the King of Poland, and Grand Duke of Finland, and Her Royal Highness Tsarina Alexandra Fyodorovna will arrive in our city this afternoon. This will be the royal couple's first visit to Warsaw. On this long-awaited and joyous occasion, our city has taken up a festive appearance. Streets have been adorned with festoons of flowers and greenery, and the entire area that the royal procession will pass through is filled with crowds of people wishing to pay homage to their majesties on behalf of Warsaw and all of the kingdom. And with that vow of loyal allegiance, Polish hearts sent to the throne of a quiet echo of fervent desires and lasting comfort. These arise from His Majesty's words, occurred in his grand manifestos, that his ultimate goal was to ensure the happiness of all his loyal subjects, and to discern all his loyal subjects' needs. Those gracious words of the sovereign have become a source of comfort for the people of the Kingdom of Poland, and in the name of that comfort the Polish people under Russian rule are happy to greet His Majesty today, trusting their substantial needs will be recognized and ready for civic and public service. That seems a little more lenient from a historical perspective, in even acknowledging that Poland exists as a state, even if it's under Russian governorship. Because normally Poland's reemergence as a separate country wouldn't really be touched upon up until World War One ended, which the Treaty at Versailles pretty much acknowledged that, yeah, the Second Polish Republic is established. Yeah, if anything, Russia would consider Poland to be an internal territory that has maybe some liberties, but not by much. If anything, it's actually the Austro-Hungarian region of Galicia that used to have the most freedom out of all three occupied states. And from a historical perspective, they actually got pretty close into not only making it an autonomous region, but also they pushed the idea because Poland used to be like the third greatest minority within the Austro-Hungarian territory. They tried to lobby the Galician politicians, that is, to try and put Poland into the position where the empire would basically become a trio state of Austro-Hungarian Poland. It didn't work out, but that generally could have been an interesting angle if it worked out. Revolutionary leaflets. Brothers, the 11-hour workdays are killing us. Let's follow the example of the workers in German and English factories and fight to reduce them to 9 working hours. Join the strike, put down your tools, and join the fight for our future. Oh, that's gonna end swimmingly for you. Watch as that Imperial army comes marching down and just mows down any kind of strike action. Kasztelańska restaurant. Menu. Borscht or broth. Fruit soup. Pottage with crayfish. Goose and jelly. Young turkey. Romaine lettuce. Pan-seared saffron milk cups. Cucumber salad. Compote. Compote is a traditional Eastern European fruit drink. Cream with chocolate. Pears a la Otero. Cup of green gages. Mocha. Black coffee, local lager, English porter. Oh, the fact that porter made it all the way through here is a little surprising. Yeah, you can be right. Did I stutter? Compote. So much lore. The Country Weekly Magazine. Change of Warsaw's Governor General. Today, the Supreme Order of August 28 was announced. The Governor General of Warsaw, Commander of the Warsaw Military District, Adjutant General Maximovich, will be released from his current duties while retaining the title of Adjutant General. He will be replaced by his second in command, Adjutant General Scalon. See, that seems more in line with actual politics, where you would have like a strong authoritative figure holding the reins over the lands here. Anti-Thaumaturge leaflets. Citizen, Beware of thaumaturges who act in secret, planning to bring down the economy and thus take complete control of our society. Let us protect our children from those degenerates waiting for the right moment to take control of the most innocent minds and souls. Let us get rid of those parasites. Recent research shows that thaumaturge brains are burned out from thoughts that go against nature. Hence, they cannot be treated equally to normal people. Let us act now, before it is too late. It sounds like we should be wary on who we tell that we dabble in occult practices. Wanted notice to all police station chiefs of Warsaw: beware of Aborycy Niedzic, leader of the Shivs gang, recently seen near Wierzbowa Street. Blonde, blue, round face, sizable stature. Distinctive marks, dark circles under his eye, signifying exceptional anger. He's a thief and murderer, particularly active in the Śródmieście area. Whoever notifies the authorities of his whereabouts and contributes to his apprehension shall be rewarded. Aborycy. If he's the one I know, the reward won't make a difference. The Daily Courier. The latest news. The chief of police of the city of Warsaw hereby informs the general public that, in connection with their Majesty's visit, the number of units patrolling the streets on this day will be doubled. In particular, constables will look out for the groups of troublemakers that have been gathering more and more recently near major thoroughfares to protest against thaumaturges and demand that His Majesty officially condemn thaumaturges as charlatans and the menace to humanity. Yesterday, near Remarska Street, the police arrested 15 people who protested loudly and disrupted traffic, demanding that thaumaturgy be punishable by death. The protesters were intoxicated and started a fight with the police unit dispatched on the scene. Yo, welcome back. Did you, Oh, I thought you maybe, fell asleep. But hey, at least, you mowed the lawn. Which, good on you, buddy. With how extreme the weather sometimes gets in your neck of the woods. Better get that done on a more peaceful day. Also, Frosty, I got some bad news, bud. I got to peep a couple of Siege of Iliad related spoilers. And let me tell ya, boy, it's not looking good for us. It might be the darkest chapter in the GFL 2 events yet. Let's just say some very harrowing things happen. In fact, I am forced to pull this image up to convey my thoughts. Wait, what? Why does that not loop? There you go. I know, but concerning how much we have at this point to catch up to the Chinese server, the next one in line should be the Sextants mini event, and then we jump into Cairo Redundancy, the next big one, and the last one before Siege of Iliad. After that, we have 3 mini-stories. Mythils, Wellrods, and Phalins. So, there's not much there that they can mess up in terms of order. The only way I see it is they pull the same stunt as with Thaumaturge, which is try and incorporate one of these events to run alongside just to speed us up further. To catch up with the Chinese server. But besides that, I sure hope that everything will be running in a chronological order now. If we're gonna be following current trends, then I suppose we'll do sextants and then jump into Caro redundancy, because this has been the trend so far. Small event to break up the pace between two chunky ones, and then next major story turn. Act 1. The city that does not forget. Well, we're not kidding. There sure is a lot of officers patrolling the streets.
Skąd taki tłok?
Cyrk przyjechał do miasta.
Czasy są niespokojne. Bracia stają przeciw braciom. Rosja ma dosyć przelewania krwi. Przemoc musi się skończyć. Kiedy socjaliści próbują rozbić jedność Rosji i podległych jej narodów, wyszczerbić ten miecz, który poraził wroga pod Grunwaldem, wymaga to moich zdecydowanych działań.
Ooh, bringing up a legendary battle in Polish history by a Russian Tsar is definitely a bold move.
Rzeźnik.
Niezbyt lubiany, jak mnie mam.
Pan widzę nie tutejszy. Ta świnia trzyma album ze zdjęciami wszystkich, których kazał rozstrzelać w Cytadeli.
Przed i po egzekucji.
Seems like a lovable fella.
Czas pobłażania i wyrozumiałości dobiegł końca. Z chwilą objęcia przeze mnie tego stanowiska żadne siły wrogie poddanym Wszechrusi nie mają dalszej racji bytu. Żadne! Czy to socjalistyczni wywrotowcy, komuniści, Żydzi czy inni szatańscy prowokatorzy?
That sure was a sentence.
Przepraszam, czy pan jest Polakiem?
Tak, czuję się Polakiem. Mam na imię Wiktor.
Wanda.
Tu jest Rosja! Czy się to komu podoba, czy nie? Warszawa! Premia terrora zakończyłaś!
Idi na chuj!
Moja pierwsza decyzja jako generał gubernatora
That guy told him to fuck himself.
aresztować.
Not a very smart move on your part.
Wielcy gieroje, z tym swoim wyczuciem czasu. Teraz do bójki to są pierwsi.
Sama bliadani je paliaki. Chcemy tylko tego buntownika, krzykacza.
Psiamać.
Co się stało?
Bądź dżentelmenem. Przyklęknij proszę i zawiąż mi bucik.
I'm not sure where we're going with this, but I think it's funnier if we comply.
Sam nie śmiałem proponować.
This seems like a ruse of some sort.
Mogę cię prosić o jedną niewielką przysługę? Rosjanie nie mogą się o tym dowiedzieć. Wojsko szuka tylko pretekstu, żeby spacyfikować tłum, a ci robotnicy marzą, żeby przylać rosyjskiemu żandarmowi.
Albo ktoś z was się sam przyzna do zakłócania porządku, albo my bierzemy was wszystkich.
We'll take them all.
Możesz nas stąd wydostać?
Jestem gotów wysłuchać każdej sugestii.
Z taką książką dowiedziałabym się, co przekona któregoś z tych łajdaków, żeby nas puścili. Albo zajęłabym się tym samozwańczym liderem proletariatu.
Ciekawa strategia. Kim ty właściwie jesteś?
Damą w opałach.
Damy nie chowają zwykle nabojów w pończochach.
Fair point.
Może wyjaśnię ci kiedy indziej?
Mógłbym na przykład wyznać żołnierzowi, że przyszłaś tu z nabojami po skiecku.
Może zobaczymy, komu uwierzą. Szanowanej syrenianicy, czy pospolitemu maginku, który jeszcze 100 lat temu spłonąłby na stosie.
Cóż, skoro tak ładnie prosisz.
Fair point. Touché, in fact. How did you know I'm a Magus, though? What gave that away? The crazed look in my eye? Wanda, who I met during the kettling incident, needs me to help her inconspicuously escape. Pistol bullets. Bullets that fell from under the woman's dress, scattered on the pavement. Small bullets carry big emotions. Hope, because they were meant to benefit the cause. Fear, which in these difficult times make its way to even the hardiest of hearts. And determination, the companion of courage, without which it would be impossible to face reality. Each bullet was hidden in the nooks and crannies of the undergrounds with care and precision, just like the previous time and the time before that. There's nothing new for the person who took the risk. Before I even try to mediate, let's see if we got any more clues here to work with. A police barrier meant to help with keeping order during the rally. The seemingly ordinary barrier carries the memory of a hand whose firm grip represents the determination of the one who controls it. It was the gendarme commander who set up the barrier, carrying in his heart a desire to return to the warmth of his home. All he needed was a scapegoat. Intriguing. Anything else? It's rather a confined area. Can talk with these two officers or the leader of the bunch. I'm gonna say we say first. Let's talk to this gentleman. What we got? You know what? Sure. Let's take a little break here to get through these entryways because they might provide some additional context to the story so far. If anyone finds this, please send it to Viktor Shulsky. People lose all sorts of things. Anything can happen. Feels hard to write about oneself. I was born a Thaumaturge on September 22nd, 1875 in Warsaw under the Tsar's rule. 15 years ago, I made a pact with my first soldier, Upper. Then with his help, I tried to help my friend. Didn't work out. My father was furious. He sent me to my mother, to Paris. Then I did a lot of stupid things. I almost lost my powers, my connection to Upper. Now here I am, broken, lonely. My only hope is a traveling mystic. Such is life. Rasputin. Did he change anything in me? Fix anything? I don't know how his power works. It's completely different than Thaumaturge. Upper is in my service again. It feels good to have him back. This is the first time I'm able to take over somebody's flaw completely. And I will always carry it in me. And with Rasputin's help, I managed to snare an instillator, Bukovac. I am bursting with pride. What now? The world is my oyster. The world must wait. My father is dead. I'm going back to Warsaw to Lygia. So, at least for Victor, this is gonna keep getting updated. So it's worth coming back to this journal every now and then. Stanisław Szulski, my father and a Thaumaturge. So it's hereditary in this family. Even my mother was sick of him after a few years of marriage, so she left. I was the only one to inherit his powers, but it didn't bring us any closer. When my powers were revealed, he sent me to Paris. That's something I will never forgive him for. Father is dead. I know I should feel sorry, but I hadn't seen him for 15 years, and I hoped it would stay that way. And yet, he's the reason I'm coming back to Warsaw. My dear sister Lygia, the only person I truly miss while I'm away. We're twins, so there's always been a special bond between us. I haven't seen her for years. Currently, I know her from the letters we exchange, and her latest message. Father is dead. Lygia needs me. I must go back to Warsaw. So, Rasputin. I only heard rumors about him. A preacher, a mystic who used to heal St. Petersburg's elites not long ago. I found him in a small village in Transcaucasia. They call him a mad monk, or even a quack and a fraud. To me, he is the last hope for a cure. It will not be an overstatement if I say he saved my life. Without his mysterious powers, I would have gone mad. I think that means I owe him. And yet I can't help thinking how strange he is. I still can't crack this. Rasputin, on the pretext of some strange and disturbing visions, decided to accompany me on my trip to Warsaw. How is coming back here gonna stop the assassination of Franz Ferdinand? I don't know. If anything, you should be in a different part of Europe, buddy. Serbia is more towards the south. And a little bit at west. Wanda, the bold girl that approached me during the Tsar's speech, introduced herself only as Wanda. She was sneaking bullets at the nooks and crannies of her undergarments, and not for the first time. Intriguing. Newly appointed by the Tsar, the Governor General of Warsaw is not popular with the people. Scout's first decision was to suppress the revolutionary terror, with even greater terror from the authorities. That does not bode well. But just how much reading we have, since it is a narrative heavy title, I do have to remember about that frequent hydration. Tsar Nikolai II Romanov. Tsar Nikolai II Alexandrovich Romanov, the Emperor of Russia, King of Poland, Grand Duke of Finland. He is visiting Warsaw with his family. Warsaw does not seem to care for him. Well, I mean, given the troubled history.
Sądzi pan, że to dobry pomysł podburzać zwykłych ludzi i słać ich pod lufy i na bagnety?
Czego pan chcesz? Całe życie na kolanach ruskim dupę całować?
Bierze pan pod uwagę, że za chwilę poleje się krew? I to być może moja?
Spierdala!
Straight to the point. The workers' leader is a charismatic man whose words greatly move the crowd. He will not keep quiet if it means ending up in a cell.
Przepraszam pana.
Tłum rozkaz otrzymał. Na razie 0 odzewu.
Damy im chwilę. Wszystkich ich zatrzymać, spisać, przesłuchać.
Is that you, big boss?
Do domu w listopadzie wrócimy.
Gendarme readiness. Gendarmes are ready to pacify the crowd. They won't hesitate to arrest those who draw their attention. Manhattan Station. The sergeant wants to call it a day and go home as fast as possible. And Manhattan entails a lot of work that he'd rather avoid. With a little nudge, he might settle for taking in the agitators and letting the rest go. The workers' leader is perfect for the role.
Panowie, proszę wybaczyć. Może jest sposób, żeby...
In other words, we can just
Cofnij
sell
się,
that dick
paniak,
over there.
Zaczniemy strzelać. Paniatna?
Won! Dawaj!
Make the sergeant accuse the worker. Invoke your last name. Ooh. I mean, I don't really want to rat the girl out because it seems like she might be important to the overarching story later. So if anything, I'm gonna diffuse the situation by selling out someone else.
Dostatecznie. Bić się klinem po tego robotnika, co tak mordę rozpuszcza i puścić resztę?
Da, sierżant. Za przykład posłużyć może byle kto.
Szagom marsz!
Do widzenia.
Nie ma za co.
Chciałam podziękować przy następnym spotkaniu. Przydałby się nam ktoś taki.
Nam? Czyli tym, dla których niosłaś naboje i tym, od których masz holenderską pomadę na włosach?
Masz nie tylko ładne oczy, ale umiesz ich używać. Może znajdziesz czas któregoś dnia na pączki Uberka Rotblica?
Donuts. Fearless Wanda, the smuggler of bullets, proposed a meeting at Burke Rotblitz. The woman made during the kettling incident was smuggling bullets in the nooks and crannies of her undergarments. So we sure like pointing it out quite a bit. Clear wasn't the first time she'd done that. Unfortunately, this time, the garter didn't hold, the bullets fell to the pavement. Maybe fate will have us cross paths again. I'll meet at Burke Rotblitz for jam donuts. Anyway, perhaps now I can attend my old man's funeral undisturbed. Or do we have side quests to engage in? Oh shoot, this is actually a massive area. The potential to diverge. It's quite, it's quite possible. That says London bar, so clearly we're modeling it through an English pub. I'm gonna make an educated guess and say that this is just to give you a sense of scale. How big this part of the game is, but we won't really be able to do much for now. Propaganda brochure. The sewers of the city of Warsaw are used as a tool by Judaism and charlatans to destroy Polish agriculture and exterminate the Slavic population living by the Vistula River. Okay, I have to bring up something I didn't earlier. When you first boot up this game, you get a disclaimer that the studio who developed this game, Fool's Fury, is made by a diverse group of people. And by portraying this particular setting, they are essentially cutting themselves off from any ideology attached to this area, calling it pure, you know, a symbol of its time, and something they don't endorse in the modern sense. Which, you know, you could take it both ways. Because either they're actually trying to appease a broader audience here by pulling onto that kind of sentiment, or it's more of an excuse to cover their asses in case they have to put some very spicy lines like the introduction to this brochure. It'd be actually funny if that was the latter. The complete harmlessness of cloacal waste to humans is evidenced by the booming health of the workers, specifically those engaged in cleaning the lavatories at the suburban farmers who mostly rely on human fertilizers, even during the spread of epidemic diseases. So what room is there for the existence of these disease-causing microbes? They're probably dreamed up in empty heads of tabloid writers or the perverse brains of the ill-willed. Amidst the manure and hay, among the cattle and the simpletons, the eternal wisdom has descended upon mankind, and mankind corrupted by the furious inductions of pure reason, by the devices and constructs of capitalism, by the skullduggery and extravagance of the Jews, and has used supernatural science to guide the monarchs and the wise men to welcome the future savior of the world in the poor thatch in Bethlehem. And that's a police station. The one area we can freely enter for now. Stanislav's obituary. Oh, so that's our father. Widely respected citizen, thaumaturge, philanthropist, entrepreneur, father and husband, died suddenly on August 31st at the age of 64. The fact that him being a thaumaturge is brought out openly means that it's common knowledge. I would have thought it was more kept under wraps. You don't really come out and just introduce yourself immediately to everyone that you take care of these kind of matters. But hey, maybe this is more of a accepting society. Well, there is mention of a pushback, so maybe not quite so as much anymore. A service for the repose of his soul be held at St. Charles Borromeo Church on Saturday, September 7 at 11, to which his daughter would like to invite all relatives, friends, and acquaintances. So we'll have a chance to meet up with Sis again. When recruiting for the gendarmerie, it is recommended to reject the following candidates immediately: persons related to rebels and troublemakers, Jews, thaumaturges. Any deviation from these instructions must be very well argued. What did fool's theory mean? By all of this anti-Semitic writing. Surely it's not a reflective of the studio's policies, though, is it? No, it's just, just part of the game story. Haha. Wanted list. Maria Burkova, 54 years old, residing in Warsaw, Old Praga, accused of complicity in stealing 2,000 rubles worth of Dutch pomade. Wanted. Description: short in stature, black hair, small hazel eyes, 3 scars on the right leg. Warsaw, the August 3rd, 1905. Yefishchuk Mezoreusz. That is a Jewish sounding name. Serving time in prison on Gielna Street, escaped from the hospital on Pokorna Street, where he was treated on August 2nd, 1905. Description: tall in stature, frail, small round face, dark hair, small black eyes, small flat nose, 19 years old. Neudorf Isaac. I don't think I have to elaborate on that any further. 18 years old, son of Leibush, formerly residing in Minsk Mazowiecki on Łódzka Street, accused of stealing fowl and fled in an uncertain direction. It's about this fella again. I suppose that's a repeat in case you missed the wanted letter in the train station. During the time of a gracious Tsar of all Russia's visit to Warsaw, it is necessary to enhance the sense of security. Therefore, I ordain that the number of patrols must be doubled. All station chiefs are required to comply with the order immediately. Signed by we don't know who. Some curious flavor text of that. Oof. City has in better days. Fun fact, these kind of small apartment blocks, like this one, you can actually still find around Polder City to this day. In my hometown in particular, along the city center, we got a bunch of these. And they took the effort to renovate the facades and paint them in brighter colors to make them more appealing looking. Because these are some pretty historical buildings, built even way before the two wars, so any kind of surviving architecture is well maintained. The Warsaw Courier. Inaugural concert of the Warsaw Philharmonic on November 5, Jasna Street. Ignacy Jan Paderewski will perform with Emil Młynarski conducting the orchestra. After the concert, a reception will be held at the Kronenberg Palace. Paderewski being a famous composer. Actual real-life figure. That I take as our fast traveling mechanic around the area, but hey, how could we say no to the opportunity of traversing this rundown city, which is only gonna get completely demolished after World War II? To put things into perspective, after World War II, only 10% of Warsaw remained intact. The part that has managed to survive is essentially a landmark in the capital, which I have been to. And yeah, this architecture that we're seeing is well reflected in it. That's an ad for a building company. You'd think for a city of this scale, we'd have more going on in terms of maintaining the streets, but then again, these are occupied lands, so they might not be getting as much monetary support from the mainland. Frankly, we've seen as much as we can potentially explore. So, do we take carriage for the cemetery? Imagine that's the case. Or a tram, perhaps? Wisła River over here. Powązki Cemetery. The Russian civilization, success, and the accumulation of capital. Marble angels smile mockingly, watching everything from the cemetery gate. My brother actually visited this area when he was in Warsaw. Like I said earlier, a lot of famous Polish historical figures and celebrities have been buried in Powązki. Drink hot chocolate. A sweet aftertaste with a hint of bitterness. A postcard from the overseas world, where the song of heavenly birds meets the rattle of slave chains. I gain a point from that. Note with an advertisement. Men's tailor, Roch Dobrucki, accepts all manner of tailoring work, offering the lowest possible prices. Expect thoroughness, tastefulness, and diligence from the start to finishing touch. 11 Prussia Street, entry from the front. What's over here? Private apartment. No idea who it might belong to. We're definitely gonna get at least one saluter from each domain, so it seems like it makes sense for us to get at least this part equally distributed. Not to mention, in case I need any of these at a high enough level to gain more clues, that's definitely going to be helpful. Very much looking forward to what our two other respective saluters are going to be. We're already starting off with two strong designs. In the rituals, Thaumaturges use infant blood. Why? I would never.
Przepraszam, mogę? Śpieszę się na pogrzeb. To
tempermanta. Nie pozwólcie mu przejść.
How do you know?
Szkoda czasu na dobre maniery.
Brać go! Ogniem i mieczem, heretyka!
Do I just have that written all over my face? I guess. Selecting yourself as Saluter. You can preview both of your and your Saluter skills. It'll help you plan your attack. Summoning another Saluter. You can summon another Saluter at any time. A green frame around the Saluter's image means that they are exceptionally effective in the fight with the given enemy. Read the description above the Saluter to find out what they will be useful at that moment. Enemy reinforcements are on the way. Right. Both have the same effect. This dude has more HP, but less focus. Focus deprivation will be more effective against this enemy. True, because he does have a less focus. So easier to get him out of the picture. Always rely on the tried and trusted gut punch. Ooh. This fella packs a mean hit. Alright. Now for this guy. Damage-based effects will be more effective against this enemy. Okay, I see how that works. If the enemy's health points is at or less than 50%, the skill additionally casts a state on random enemy. But first we would have to bring himself down. Still, I could easily just get him to hell with the gauge. Let's go for it. He's gonna be right after. Holy shit! Yeah, that better would have killed him instantly. Enemies can have a trait that makes them immune to your attacks. Traits are related to different dimensions, they can be disabled. Disabling traits. To disable enemy trait, attack them with a Saluter that belongs to the same dimension as the trait. Note that if you don't have the required dimension for us, you can take away all of the opponent's focus, not just strong attack. So you're... right. So your resistance is negated by Upper. I'm gonna need to get some of that juicy hell back. You're gonna be a little trickier to whittle down. Did we get a gun? No, none of mine. It's cool as shit. Oh, dude, you are so cooked. I mean, how much damage is that gonna deal? Yep. We can go for plan attack. Third time's the charm.
To było czarujące, spektakularne. Pan z marsową miną i wypiętym torsem. I tamci padający jak muchy w mgnieniu powieki. Przewracający się sami z siebie, wpadający w delirium. Niezwykle.
This must be a frequent sight in the streets of Warsaw.
Kurier warszawski. Czy nie zechciałby pan udzielić wywiadu?
Dziękuję, ale już jestem spóźniony.
Good sir, would you like to provide a... Would you like to provide a report on how you gunned down that man with extreme prejudice? I do. I think it's a very clever way of going about a simplified combat system, but still having a flair to it. So they obviously make up for the limited animations of the game by just focusing on enhancing the ones that you got here to make it feel like the attacks just have a lot of oomph to them. Parish announcements. Saturday, 7 a.m. Votive service in honor of Our Lady of the Rosary. For the intention of the brothers and sisters of the Confraternity of the Holy Rosary. 9 a.m. Holy Mass, which will be followed by the recitation of the Litany of Loreto, with a prayer for the conversion of sinners. The late Franciszek Hilmantel went to be with the Lord following brief yet painful agony, having received the sacraments on August 18, 1905, at the age of 65. The bereaved family is asking all relatives and friends to join at the funeral service held at St. Anna's Church on Krakowskie Przedmieście on August 25 at 11, followed by the transfer of the body to the family tomb at Powązki Cemetery. I've tried looking beforehand into the possible influences the developer had when crafting this game. I already mentioned some of my suspicions as far as how the saluters are written into this world and the way the combat works. But one comparison I've often seen drawn is people bring Disco Elysium to the conversation, and while I haven't played it, I do know about it enough to know that it does have this kind of like intrinsic investigation mechanic where you can really dive deeper into deciphering clues and how they tie into the story of the game. Exactly, because we shoot down the commies in this game. Where they read that on the police station. Maja Wisnowska, Polish stage artist. To my beloved daughter, a woeful mother. You know one of these is gonna be an Easter egg of some sort. any self-respecting game with a cemetery full of graces you can interact with needs one. Here lies Jan Chmielec, our dear friend. In 1891, he met his end. What he is now lies deep inside. What he was, never you mind. But think of all the studios that spawned afterwards, with them claiming they owned the right to the Disco Elysium game format. And with 100 of Disco Elysium likes being released in the wild, that non-match to the potential of the original, because all these supposed spiritual successors just missed the assignment. Graf Friedrich Karl Nesselrode, seine Tochter Marie Mufkanov, Rucht bei ihm, Kalergis. No, nothing? On last Sunday, I got to meet up with Vincent, who you might recognize from our interview that I held when I played through Badger Saw Chapter 1. He moved back to the UK with his wife, so we had a chance to meet up again and catch up. The lad is busy, hustling and bustling with indie game development, while also trying to work that out with being a father and a husband. So all the best to my compadre. I hope the grind pays off for him, and 100 million badgers will be sawed in half. I still should have a working build of Chapter 2, so maybe I should peep that one of these days. It's so easily distracted with other stuff and just life in general.
Pan pewnie mnie nie pamięta. Hayat jestem. Mordechaj Hayat. Chciałem panu złożyć moje kondolencje.
Mordecai?
Dziękuję. Proszę wybaczyć moje wścibstwo, ale wiem, że pan Szulski zażywał nitroglicerynę na serce, ale jak odszedł? Czy taki był powód jego zgonu? Serce?
Quip that your father didn't have a heart. Come now, I know you guys haven't seen each other for 15 years.
Sam jestem ciekaw. Nie miałem okazji, żeby się dowiedzieć.
Tak, rozumiem. Wyrazy współczucia raz jeszcze. Zostawię pana w spokoju. Z pewnością chce się pan pożegnać z ojcem.
Hello there.
Wiedziałem, że się zjawisz. Nie mogłem przegapić tego momentu. Stasio cię kochał na swój sposób. Dobrze wyglądasz. Ligia mówiła, że znalazłeś jakiegoś znachora.
Not just any quack.
Dziękuję.
The famous Rasputin.
Nie poznajesz mnie, prawda? A pamiętasz, kto cię uczył strzelać do szpaków?
Wujek Woronin. Przepraszam.
Nie szkodzi. Sam bym już chyba siebie nie poznał. Idź, pokaż się siostrze. Martwi się. Pogadamy w domu. Siostro?
Wiktor,
Oh, but we wouldn't hang it out with his uncle.
cieszę, że przyjechałeś. Nie byłam pewna, czy moja depesza cię znalazła.
Ja też się cieszę. Jak się trzymasz?
Nie byłam gotowa na coś takiego, ale nie mam czasu na razie o tym spokojnie pomyśleć.
Pisałeś do matki.
Tak, ale czego się można po niej spodziewać? Wiesz, jaka jest Nadia. Nie takie rodzinne uroczystości omijała. Robi się późno. W domu czeka nas jeszcze odczytanie ostatniej woli taty. Poczekam z wujkiem przed bramą cmentarza. A was dwóch zostawię samych. Chyba macie swoje sprawy do wyjaśnienia.
Dobrze, miejmy to za sobą. Ostatecznie to ja miałem rację. Wtedy na peronie widzieliśmy się po raz ostatni. 15 lat temu. Po krótkim cierpieniu zasnął w Bogu. Krótkim? Mam nadzieję, że nie. Sam to sobie pisałeś? Omyłkowo rozgrzeszony po zbyt krótkim cierpieniu umarł tyran, bigot i kłamca. Tak lepiej, a na pewno prawdziwiej. W dniu śmierci odwiedziłeś mnie we śnie. Byłem dzieckiem, kiedy mnie stąd wygnałeś i zapamiętałem cię takim, jakim byłeś wtedy. Ale we śnie wyglądałeś na starszego. Zrugałeś mnie jak zwykle. Nie przewidywałeś, że mi się uda. Myliłeś się. Wróciłem z 2 salutorami. Żałuję, że nie zdążyłem ci powiedzieć w twarz tylu rzeczy. Powtarzałem je sobie w głowie przez te wszystkie lata. Jak nigdy nie potrafiłeś przyznać się do błędu. Nigdy nie szukałeś winy w sobie. Zawsze winny był ktoś. Nigdy ty. Matka, bo chciała mieć z życia coś dla siebie. Ligia, bo nie urodziła się chłopcem. Ja, bo urodziłem się taumaturgiem, ale nie chciałem żyć według twoich zasad. A teraz... Żegnaj, ojcze.
Well, that was a lot of our chest.
Przeszkadzam?
Say he interrupted your moment of personal reflection, or we were just berating our father.
Czego pan chce? Cóż, a po co ludzie przychodzą na pogrzebie? Przyszedłem oddać szacunek zmarłemu. Znaliśmy się ze Stanisławem. Można powiedzieć, że wiedziałem wszystko o pańskim ojcu. Pan Wiktor Szulski, prawda? Ufam, że pańska absencja w Warszawie szczęśliwie dobiegła końca.
Let's go with the first one.
Nie miałem czasu się nad tym zastanowić.
True, a lot of things happened abruptly.
Mam nadzieję, że znajdzie pan jakiś powód, żeby zabawić tu odrobinę dłużej. Jeszcze raz, moje kondolencje.
Nie dosłyszałem nazwiska.
Nazywam się Konieczki. Iwan Konieczki. Do widzenia.
I'm sure he's not going to be a recurring character. He's going to have some relevance to the story.
Ciekawych miałeś przyjaciół.
Ominous.
Chyba jestem bardziej zmęczony niż sądziłem.
Come now, surely you should know better by now that if something disturbing happens, you're not quite sure of it, probably means something kooky is going on around here. Józefina Schulske, nie Hohenlohe. got him, Shulsky. Curious, need these two were pointed out. Wonder if that's gonna have any kind of a relation to the story. Mordechai Hayat. I met Mordechai Hayat at the funeral. He introduced himself as the acquaintance of the deceased. He asked me a number of odd questions. He was keenly interested in where father died. Curious. At my father's funeral was started by a certain Ivan Konichkin. He mentioned he had known my father, and that he knew all about him. Uncle Sasha is our mother Nadia's brother. Always kind and good-natured, he watched us grow up. I'm not very close with his son Petya, even though we are of similar age. Ellington squares and plazas frequented during the day by distinguished centenaires, police patrols, and highbrows hastening to their offices. I know every corner here, every street, my old stomping ground. If time is humankind's most valuable currency, those here are bankrupt. In marble mausoleums, bedecked in bespoke sculptures, with inscriptions composed by poets, and the continued supply of sumptuous wraiths, still they have a mix in their non-material accounts. Candles gather out slowly, and sometimes someone throws fresh flowers as if in mockery. A bleak temple, another form without content. There used to be an idyllic garden here, established by Princess Czartoryska, with noblewomen dancing in Greek dresses. Now there is no laughter echoing among the ancient trees, only weeping. I have the impression that the story of Pavonsky is a metaphor for the history in Warsaw. My family's mausoleum is here too. My father rests here like his father before him. I don't think I'll follow the lead. Oh no, Frosty is succumbing to the charms of a Polish woman. Buddy, I understand, but can you handle it? Our ladies do carry a strong air about them. Only for the daring.
Ruszajmy. Najtrudniejsze było odkręcenie wieczka urny. Z rozsypywaniem już sobie poradzimy.
Możesz sobie klaunować, ale wiem, ile cię to kosztowało. Dobrze, że tam poszedłeś.
Miłość na pogrzebie. Eros post mortem. Panience przystoi w żałobie z kawalerami się prowadzać? Konstancja Szabłowska, kurier warszawski. Mogę prosić o krótki komentarz?
Hiena.
Dziękuję. A pan jak?
Chase the hyena away. Escalate if you're to intervene. Don't cause problems with her. I mean, should probably try to clarify that part.
Jesteśmy bliźniętami, moja droga.
Szulscy zjednoczeni. Nie wygląda pan na szpetnego kalekę. Dlaczego tak nagle opuścił pan Warszawę?
Nic jej nie mów. I tak napiszę, co będzie chciała. Lepiej już chodźmy.
Mogę to załatwić, ale to może narobić ci kłopotów.
Nie warto brudzić sobie rąk.
Znikaj, bo mogę uznać, że atakujesz carskiego urzędnika i jutro obudzisz się w Cytadeli.
Czy pan sędzia mnie straszy?
Raczej oszczędzam cię przed nim. Wolisz spróbować swoich szans z Thaumaturgiem? Zbierajmy się, dzieci. Mój Pietia już pewnie czeka na nas u was w domu.
Chętnie się zobaczę z kuzynem.
Jedziesz z nami?
Dzięki.
Siadajcie. Notariusz już pewnie na nas czeka.
Man, ain't that all of us? Our standards are not too high. All our potential spouse needs in terms of requirements is be nice, kind, and moderately attractive. And yet, even that is an oasis in the desert to find these days.
Pan Wiktor, tyle lat, tyle lat. Dobry Bóg, jaki panicz zmoknięty.
Dobry wieczór, Grażynko.
Dobry, dobry, ale mokry pan jest. Proszę do kuchni. Przy piecu się panicz ogrzeje. I tego sędziego pijaka może stamtąd panicz wyciągnie.
A gdzie moja siostra?
W gabinecie z notariuszem już czeka. Mówiła, że pan się spóźni. Zrobić paniczowi kakao? Rozgrzałby się panicz trochę.
Hey, I had some hot chocolate earlier. Why not add cocoa to the mix? Yeah, let's make some for our sister too.
Niech Grażynka zrobi takie tłuściutkie ligi.
Dla niej też nie zabraknie. Pana siostra to się nie przyzna do tego, ale bardzo przeżywa to wszystko. Dobrze pana znowu widzieć. Ale dłużej to ja teraz nie porozmawiam, bo i goście, i kakao, i państwu coś przygotować trzeba. Jeszcze porozmawiamy.
Go to your father's study for reading of the will, or I could, have a look around first. Mingle with the, I guess. And talk with our cousin. Warsaw Courier, Evening Extra. Here's the latest news on the rise that disrupted His Majesty Emperor Nikolai II's speech today. A moment after our gracious Emperor announced Georgi Skalin as the new Governor General of Warsaw, a group of troublemakers started yelling the most disgraceful slogans. Despite reinforced security, there was a scuffle. The gendarmerie were quick to get the situation under control, however. A few people were injured, including 2 policemen who came to help. 30 people charged with public nuisance and brawling were taken into custody.
Nie chcę popełnić kolejnej gafy. Już raz kogoś dzisiaj nie poznałem. A pan wydaje mi się znajomy.
No ja myślę. Byłem ofiarą jednego twojego polowania na szpaki. Widać, Woroninowie nie są godni zapamiętania, kuzynie.
Pietia! Wybacz. I to, że cię postrzeliłem również. Co u ciebie?
Tylko jakieś sercowe problemy. Nie na taką okazję. Przykro mi z powodu wuja Stanisława. Wybacz, że nie byłem na pogrzebie. Odrzucają mnie cmentarze.
Musimy się jeszcze spotkać.
Do zobaczenia.
Can't blame the guy. I mean, as someone who's attended a funeral before, yeah, it takes a particular mental fortitude to get through that entire process of bidding someone you knew for many years of your life farewell. It is gut-wrenching, for sure. Father's portrait. The portrait depicts father in his twilight years. The serious expression on his face, the proud posture, and the grimoire in his hand, combined with the dark background and lack of embellishments, it all reflects the strictness and pragmatism he always had. Good old Stanislav. However, a faint red streak can be seen on his figure. Apparently artists are particularly sensitive to seeing things that do escape the human eye. This one should receive double emolument for capturing the thaumaturgic aura. One thing I didn't brought up, but it's worth to click on these collectibles because you do get XP. So it is worth going out of your way. Grishna's liquor recipe. Quincy liquor with amber. Pour a pot of ripe, duly picked quincy fruits into a 4-gallon demijohn and pour in a light cooled syrup with 6 pounds of sugar and 2 gallons of water. Add 10 pieces of amber, stir perfectly, and add half a gallon of your best spirit. Seal and place in a moderately warm place out of the sun for 10 days, stirring several times per day, shaking the demijohn. After 10 to 12 days, when the clumps have sunk and the liquid is completely clear, put into bottles, cork tightly, and keep in a cool, dry cellar. Well, there you go. In case you want some homemade liquor, here is something to try out.
Dobrze, że cię widzę. Myślałem, że będę musiał pić sam.
Tyle dobrego wystawione dla gości. Pan sędzia nie może sobie czegoś wybrać?
Ale to było stasiowe, specjalne. Bursztynówka z pigwą.
Chyba pigwówka z bursztynem, panie sędzio. Jak nie ma tutaj, to pewnie jest w piwnicy. Ale ja tam nie będę się teraz pchała po ciemku. Ja mam co robić.
Looks it's up to me.
Ciebie chcę kłopotać. Wiktorze, drogi, znajdziesz wujkowi pewną flaszeczkę?
Chyba muszę przyjąć tę misję.
Zuch.
Quest
Taki
obtained.
siostrzeniec to skarb.
Gather liquor. It really is an optional mission. If we actually have to use our Thaumaturge powers for this one, that's gonna be hilarious. 365 daily recipes for 5 zlotys by Lucina C. Capon or pull it with sausages. Clean and pluck the capon. While warm, burn off the remaining feathers and nuts over the fire. Slice off the giblets to add them to the broth. Rinse, salt throughout, and roast in a spit while coating with butter. When finishing roasting, put a large spoonful of sausage butter inside, sprinkle the top with breadcrumbs, douse in the liquid butter, and fry in the pan. If you don't have sausages, a piece of butter with pepper will do. You can also put the sausage butter in the capon once it is on the platter. It's like I'm watching another episode of Glendale Archives, with how this is turning into a cooking show. Bust of Morana. The stern countenance resembles that of a human, but the callous gaze shows no trace of human emotions. The Queen of Winter scrutinizes you, sending a shiver down your spine. It makes me think of the words. If you gaze long enough to the abyss will gaze back into you. Yeah, that's meant to be a Slavic folklore spirit associated with winter. I am enjoying the minimalist soundtrack playing in the background. Well, it's not maybe particularly memorable per se. It does help in creating the atmosphere of the game. Mother's portrait. A portrait of Mother from her youth. She stands proud, wearing a white dress and a silk scarf thrown over her exposed shoulders. Her long dark hair flows down her back, and she glances at the viewer with a piercing smile. Bare skin and a frivolous hairstyle. That's not how I remembered her. Nadia is a young, unkept maiden. It's hard to believe. The shocking vision of the painter must have been created in a previous era, a time when hearts were stirred with violent emotions. Poems were created by the sound of a storm. Love stories had to end tragically, etc., etc. Father actually commissioned such a painting? Sauvignon de Bordeaux. A bottle of white wine from southern France, an expensive beverage popular among the aristocracy. The wine carries the aroma of peaches, apples, and a certain amount of conviction that a relationship between two people is beginning to take on a romantic edge. A beverage enjoyed by the upper crust, given to a man by a woman. Trace unknown. So could that be a gift from our mother to our dad? A small bottle of quince liquor with amber, a beverage for true connoisseurs. The bottle exudes the sweet aroma of quince and the sincere joy of a coming meeting. It is a beverage that brings people together and sweetens the bitterness of everyday life. An element of a ritual that two old friends would eagerly indulge in. Trace certain. Warning. Yeah, because he often partakes in drinking this substance, I imagine. Pinot Noir from Oregon. A bottle of red wine from the United States. Hard to get. But this side of the world at this time, this political climate, yeah. An ability to articulate brought on by great surprise clings to the bottle. It was difficult to mouth even a word of gratitude for the unique gift. Words got stuck in the throat, despite the adoration for this particular liquor. It is a favorite beverage, but an unwelcome gift. Every bottle found in the Shulsky cellar contains a credible beverage. Uncle Warren wouldn't disregard any of them. So does that mean you can just give him any of these liquors? I mean, surely he has a preference for one particular.
Jak poszło? Misja wykonana?
You could say that. Yeah, we can indeed give him any of these. So what if we pass him the one he requested?
Chyba o tę wujkowi chodziło.
Tak, to nasza pogrzebowa flaszeczka. Spotykaliśmy się w Stasia gabinecie po każdym pogrzebie, na jakim byliśmy. I wznosiliśmy toast za zmarłych. I ostatnio widywaliśmy się coraz częściej na takich spotkaniach. Coraz częściej. A teraz jego mi zabrakło.
Oof.
To co?
That calls for a
Lekką
toast.
śmierć. Jak mawialiśmy ze Stasiem?
A jak on umarł?
Ligia ci nie mówiła?
Nie miałem nawet okazji, żeby spytać.
Najważniejsze, że nie cierpiał. Ale to nie na teraz takie widoki w pamięci. Wolałbym go wspominać, jaki był za życia. To co? Każesz mi pić samemu?
Propose your own toast. Well, considering how we parted our ways with Daddy Dearest in the mausoleum,
Znajome twarze coraz częściej znikają z mojego życia.
let's just raise a toast in silence,
Wcześniej
out of
jak
respect.
Lena, brakuje mi mojej duszki. Obojga mi brakuje. No, obowiązek spełniony. Idziemy na odczytanie testamentu?
Na pogrzebie był taki smutny Żyd, Mordechaj Hayat. Zna go wuj?
Pracował u Stanisława, ale to dawno już było. Nie kojarzę go bliżej. To co? Idziemy po spadek?
Sure thing.
Tak, dowiedzmy się, czego mój ojciec mi nie zostawił.
Zaczynajmy, jeśli wszyscy są gotowi.
What if he left you a saluter as an unexpected
Szanowni Państwo,
offering?
mocą mojego urzędu nadaną mi z łaski jego cesarskiej mości imperatora Wszechrusi zaświadczam, ostatnia wola pana Szulskiego została sporządzona już kilka lat temu w obecności notariusza Zacława Fiedorowa, czyli mojej. Ostateczna wola moja roku pańskiego 1888 spisana w imię Świętej Trójcy. Amen.
Yeah, let's not be a dick about it. He's just doing his job.
Pierwszą zatem i nieodwołalną wolą moją jest ustanowienie egzekutorką tego testamentu córki mojej Ligii Szulskiej. Po śmierci mojej niechaj będzie spisanym inwentarz z całą formą przez prawo przepisaną. Po ukończeniu inwentarza wszystkie osobiste ruchomości moje przez publiczną licytację sprzedane zostaną, a pieniądze tak zebrane w rocznicę mojej śmierci pod cmentarzem żebrzącym niech ofiarowane będą. Administrację pozostałej części majątku mego nieograniczenie w osobie córki mojej Ligii pozostawiam.
Ja nawet łyżeczki nie dostanę?
Wszystkie ruchomości i nieruchomości z rodzinnym przedsiębiorstwem związane w administrowanie i pieczę mojej córce powierzam. Sposobu administrowania jej nie przypisuję, jedną tylko daję radę. Życzyłbym sobie, żeby robione interesy były nieduże, nieryzykowne i uczciwe, takie jakie ja przez całe życie robiłem.
Kawalarz do samego końca.
Mojemu szwagrowi i najtrwalszemu przyjacielowi, Aleksandrowi Woroninowi, zostawić pragnę, co następuje.
A bottle of my favorite alcohol.
I 2 rewolwery z
Oh shit.
powstania jeszcze dla pamięci naszego pierwszego spotkania.
That's some cool memorabilia.
Stasio, będę miał co robić na emeryturze.
Udanej emerytury.
He is not holding back. Congratulate the post that he went to the kitchen.
Panie Zacławie, a co tata zapisał mamie?
Wiktor, przestań błaznować.
Nic. Jest specjalny zapis, świadczący o zdecydowanym braku zapisu czegokolwiek dla byłej małżonki, mojej pani Nadii Fiodorownej Woronin. Chcę również przyjść w pomoc mojemu jedynemu synowi Wiktorowi Szulskiemu, jemu powierzając w użytkowanie mój osobisty czarny grymuar. Z nadzieją, iż teraz dobry użytek będzie potrafił z niego uczynić. Taka jest ostatnia wola moja. Wykonajcie ją święcie, choćby wam się ona uciążliwą zdawała. Z tym ostatnim zapisem jest jednak pewien problem.
We lost the grimoire.
Że tak. A jaki, jeżeli mogę spytać?
Nie jestem w dyspozycji owego grymuaru. Pan Stanisław posługiwał się nim aż do swojej śmierci. Nikt jednak go u mnie po jego zgonie nie zdeponował.
Czyli zniknął?
Figures. I mean, it's probably the most valuable thing.
Czy ojciec miał przy sobie grymuar w chwili śmierci?
To dzięki grimoirowi dało się go w ogóle rozpoznać.
Co się właściwie stało? Jak on umarł?
Dom zawalił mu się na głowę. Nie wiem, jak to inaczej powiedzieć.
Dom zwalił mu się na głowę. Jak? Jak to się stało?
To był dzień jak co dzień. Tata poszedł na swój rutynowy spacer. W każdy wtorek i czwartek przechadzał się dla złapania dystansu, jak mawiał. Zaczęłam przeczuwać, że coś się wydarzyło, gdy długo nie wracał. Potem
Razem tam pojechaliśmy. Cała ściana kamienicy zawalona. 3 ofiary, w tym Stasio, który pechowo przechodził akurat obok.
Oof. That is a very unlucky way to go out.
Nie sposób o tym opowiadać.
Grymuar. Czy ktoś mógł go zabrać?
Może w tym zamieszaniu.
Ale po co komuś grimoire taty? Zwykły człowiek z niego nie skorzysta. Przypadkiem by przechodził tamtędy jakiś taumaturg?
Well, that'd be awfully convenient, now, wouldn't
Ojciec
it?
miał tam całą swoją wiedzę, ale nie wiem, czy przydatną komuś poza nim. Nawet nie wiem, dlaczego mi go zapisał.
Stasio na pewno miał jakiś powód.
Gdzie to się stało? Gdzie był ten budynek?
Śródmieście Południowe, niedaleko komisariatu. Zresztą nie przegapisz.
A więc to tam. Widziałem to miejsce. Wolę sobie nie wyobrażać, w jakim stanie znaleźliście tam ojca.
Ze wszystkich możliwości los zgotował mu akurat taką śmierć.
Man, we can really choose to be a complete asshole if you want to.
Sam wróżyłem mu odrobinę przyjemniejszy koniec. Chyba nawet on nie zasłużył na tak podłą śmierć.
To chyba najżyczliwsze słowa, jakie wypowiedziałeś na jego temat.
To symptomatyczne dla ludzi jego pokroju. Trzymać w gabinecie portret rodziny, która rodziną...
Dude, look what's going on in the background behind the father figure. That's
Zaraz po wykonaniu
bad news. What is that cryptid?
dziedziców i pozbył się syna. Ale portret wisi, że niby rodzina ma znaczenie.
Nie wiem dokładnie, co się wtedy wydarzyło za Baurycem. Ale wiedz, że tatę gryzło sumienie. Nie możesz mu teraz tego darować, nawet po śmierci.
Martwy przebaczenia nie potrzebuje, a zapomnieć nie potrafi. Żal tylko grimoiru.
Co zamierzasz zrobić?
A Mordechaj Hayat? Może to jest jakiś trop?
Nie sądzę. Pracował z ojcem, ale odszedł ponad rok temu. Nie wiem dlaczego. Był subiektem w naszym... teraz w moim sklepie.
Wiesz, gdzie mogę go znaleźć?
Niestety nie.
Masz jeszcze jakieś pomysły?
What this Konieczkin fella seems to have some kind of
Z niejakim Iwanem Konieczkinem.
tie-in.
Wiecie coś na jego temat?
Konieczkin? Nie, nic mi nie mówi to nazwisko.
Różni ludzie przychodzili do sklepu taty. To nie znaczy, że każdy z nich może coś wiedzieć na temat grimoiru.
To prawda. Trudne przed tobą zadanie.
Myślę, że odpowiedzi należy szukać tam, gdzie to się stało.
Swoim wzrokiem na pewno dostrzeżesz w tych gruzach więcej niż ja, wujek, czy jakikolwiek śledczy. To dobry trop, ale czy jedyny?
Well, no, we could also go through his personal belongings.
Gdzie znajdują się teraz rzeczy ojca?
Stoisz w samym centrum jego królestwa. Nie wszystko jeszcze uporządkowałam, ale nie krępuj się.
A sklep? Tam też powinienem sprawdzić.
Zaczęłam tam remanent, żeby się zdystraktować i nie chcę, żebyś tam wchodził, zanim nie skończę.
Jak wolisz. Teraz przynajmniej wiem, jak mało wiem. Może te szczątki informacji mnie do kogoś doprowadzą.
No, to skoro wiemy, czego się dowiedzieć trzeba, to wybaczcie mi, kochani. Najwyższy czas, abym dał odpocząć staremu.
That was a long day. I'm pooped.
Odprowadzę cię.
Well, at the end of the day, it's just me and my evil ghosts following me at my every step.
Że nie byłem blisko.
Rozumiem. Najważniejsze, że teraz jesteś.
Well, off to work. Uber is already on the case, which means we can totally get into our detective work. However, it is already getting pretty late, so I'm gonna be finished up soon. But before I leave you, fine people, let's just take a look at a couple more journal entries. Saluters, they have many names. When Latin was in fashion, a wise man called these creatures newcomers. In popular beliefs, they are sometimes called demons or angels, ghosts, or even deities. I don't know where they come from. They reflect the beliefs and superstitions of people from different regions, even though those people themselves cannot see them. Highly sensitive individuals, like artists, are sometimes able to see their manifestations. Wild soldiers change their whereabouts as they follow people's flaws. People travel more these days. Once in St. Petersburg, I saw a sphinx. Someone's burden can be a thaumaturge's treasure. A flaw is a lasting hidden beauty that is imprinted on a human soul by something traumatic or routine. Many people have them. I'm not an exception. My main flaw is pride, a flaw of the heart they mentioned I gifted to an upper a long time ago. This is how all slaughters function. Those still untethered follow a flaw hidden someone nearby. By confronting that person with the right arguments, I can bring out the flaw and then take it over, making a pact with the wild saluter. Unite with it. In theory, all my previous attempts have failed. This is the first time I've taken over another person's flaw. I used it to tether a wild Bukavak. The flaw will stay with me forever. A part of Vesna will stay with me. Forever. I like to write and sketch in it, and my Upper lives in it. If you're reading this, I'm sorry. Teenage boys should not keep a journal. I got my grimoire from my father. It is a Thaumaturge's tool, a way to make pacts with soldiers. For me, it is a sojourner, and sometimes a sketchpad. A trace is someone's personal imprint on an object, like a personal aura. One cannot always recognize it. Sometimes the trace is imprinted on a particular object. That's normal. I can tell where I have seen the trace before, and once I meet its owner, I am always certain about who has interacted with the item. Nothing can be kept secret. Heart, word, mind, deed, so the four aspects. Centuries ago, when thaumaturgy was only beginning to be placed within scientific frameworks, the term dimension was chosen to categorize the subjects it deals with. Heart is all that involves emotions. Word is all that is said. Mind is all that is thought or hidden in memory. Deed is action, physicality. Each dimension is connected to an area of human experience, a kind of saluter, and a type of attention imprinted on objects. Thaumaturgy comes from the Greek word for miracle working. Father would fume that another term for abilities, temperomancy, was not as popular. Thaumaturgy is a different, deeper kind of comprehension of the world, seeing the most secret emotions, hearing the unspoken words, the ability to glimpse into someone's thoughts. I do not wish to be someone else, even though my power has always given me into trouble. My peers were afraid I would discover their secrets, and adults lowered their voices when I entered the room. Such is life. In the end, I learned how to not startle people around me, how to keep their secrets to myself. Every youngster endowed with power goes through that. A thaumaturge, having made a pact with a saluter, is also able to manipulate human thoughts, words, deeds, and emotions. The Black Grimoire. Daddy's beloved magic book. I didn't expect to inherit anything, least of all his Black Grimoire. Too bad it went missing, honestly. Was I worthy? Or was it a joke? Let the prodigal son go looking under the pavement while the book is the Warsaw Charity Society. Intent. Usually the information hidden in objects isn't left there on purpose. People tend to do so unwittingly. Thaumaturgers do the opposite. They put their intent into traces deliberately. It's a convenient and obtrusive way to communicate without attracting unnecessary attention. Perception. The thaumaturge's inborn ability to peek under the surface of things. It doesn't depend on the day of the week, nor the number of saluters one possesses, only on the level of one's abilities. For a powerful thaumaturge, reading this or that isn't a problem. I must say it happens rather spontaneously and constantly involves intruding on other people's privacy. There are things I'd rather not know, and some I wish I could forget. Manipulation. Once a thaumaturge is tied to a saluter, they can use its power of manipulation in the dimension the saluter belongs to. A powerful thaumaturge can freely manipulate the emotions, words, and thoughts and deeds of other people. Upper allows me to manipulate the heart dimension. I'm digging in the sketches. Any game that goes with this kind of visual aid gets some bonus points from me. Even Lords of the Fallen, which, well, we know our grading on that one, but even then, it had some neat ideas here and there. The only truly useful thing I took from home. Reliable. Until now. I cannot remember how it ended up in our house. That is what my banishment started with. How dramatic it sounds. The outcast revolver. The gunslinger in exile. Nonsense. My cousin Petya has changed a lot. Perhaps all have. He's no longer the skinny kid with scrapped knees. We have never been close, despite being of similar age. Maybe because of our differing personalities. The good soul of the Shulsky household. When we were kids, she would patch our threadbare clothes and bandage our bruised elbows. She was closer to us than our mother. It's nice to see her in good health. Home. There was a time when I wouldn't question the word. Home was here, where my mother, father, and sister were. But now, I don't feel at home here. Everything looks the same. I know these paintings, recognize the faces in the portraits, the wallpaper patterns, and yet everything is different. Draped in absence, void, memories of the past. I'll never see my mother fixing her hair at the dressing table. No one's browsing old books in father's study. And in the hallways, there are only the spirits of the carefree children who now try to find themselves in a new reality. These are pretty sick. Whoever did the illustrations for the Thaumaturge, I salute you. These are great. Right, I'm gonna make a final save of the evening here. And on the next stream, I'm gonna pick up where we left off and investigate the whereabouts of our father's secret grimoire. So far, I'm left with generally positive impressions. This game has a pretty unique setting. I like where it's going with the whole Salutar angle and how that ties into us being a mystic. And I'm curious to see where it takes us from here. So look forward to the next Thaumaturge stream. But in the meantime, more Bolt Gun on Saturday, God willing. Hopefully. I mean, I don't have anything planned. So, fingers crossed. It will work out. Anywho, y'all have a good night. And I'll see you again soon. Take it easy.